G on the budget of the Department of Tourism for fiscal year 2021 is now in order. We'd like to greet all the senators present here. Senator Gilon is present. Senator Binay, who is the chairman of the Committee on Tourism. Senator Subiri, the majority floor leader. Senator Bongo, who's very interested in tourism. Senator Marcos is also very interested. From north to south, we have two senators that are hungry for development from the north to south. Senator Villanueva, my partner in Region 3, and all the other senators that may be forthcoming, consider this a welcome to the committee. Committee Secretary Babia, please introduce the guests. Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman. Our guest for this afternoon, we have Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat. From the Office of the Secretary, we have Ms.
Go ahead.
From the Office of the Secretary, we have Ms. Rainiel Aquino, Mr. Zar.
Would you please be kind enough to raise your hand? I can see your pictures, but I don't really know you. Can you do it again, Ms. Babia?
We have Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Rainiel Aquino.
Who is he? What does he do?
She's from the Office of the Secretary, sir.
Yeah, maybe we could just mention the USEX and the ASEX. He's with the staff, Mr. Chair.
So he's staff, okay?
He's staff, yes.
Can you begin with USEX muna? USEX.
So we have USEC Benito C. Bengson Jr.
Yes, Bong, how are you?
We have USEC Edwin R. Enrile, Legal and Special Concerns.
Where is he?
OIC.
Just a moment. Yes. Be kind enough to raise your hand, please, so I can know you. Okay. Next.
From Administration and Finance, OIC USEC Reynaldo L. Ching.
El Ching. Kastila na, Chinese pa. Yeah, I know you. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
ASEC Leila Magda G. Rivera.
Leila, how are you?
ASEC Howard Lance Wiking.
Wiking. Yeah.
ASEC Roberto Alabado III.
What are the ASECs for before we continue?
ASEC for Tourism and Development Planning. ASEC Roberto Alabado III.
Yes.
ASEC of Tourism, Regulation, Coordination, and Resource Generation. ASEC Maria Rica Bueno. From Product and Market.
Bueno there. There you go. Don't be bashful. Raise your hand. Go ahead.
From Product and Market Development, ASEC Verna Esmeralda C. Bensuqueso.
Good afternoon, Mr. Senator. I'm having problems connecting my webcam. I'm connecting now. Sorry, thank you.
All right, go ahead.
From Administrative Service and Procurement Management, Director Mary Angeline Arabi Tolentino.
Mary, where are you? Uncover your face. Go ahead.
From Planning Service, Director Milagros Say.
Sai. Mila, where are you? Are you there? Mila? Mila, show your face, please. Ang hilamos ka naman kanina umaga, di ba? Mila, I haven't seen you in a long time. Come on. All right. Waiting for you.
From Budget Division, we have OIC Josephine Andaya.
Josephine Andaya, where are you? Josephine? Is Josephine here? Is she absent, Secretary? Josephine is not here? Who's speaking? Who's speaking, please?
Please mag-mute ka na.
Sige po.
Oo.
Matatry.
Director Mila, ano na lang, mute na lang muna. Mukhang mas
Okay, go ahead. Josephine Andaya is there. Please tell me there's a live form called Miss Andaya there. Huh? Are you there? Okay, right. Wala siguro. Oh, sige.
From the Internal Audit Service, Director Reynaldo Rosas.
Reynaldo Rosa, where are you? Internal Service. Audit, yeah, okay.
Legislative Liaison Unit, Attorney Ryan P. Oliva.
Hi, sir.
Hi, Ryan, how are you?
Great, sir.
From Planning Service, Mr. Brian Du.
Brian? Du. Mr. Du, what do you do? Are you there? How do you do?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator.
There you are. Are you Chinese? You don't look Chinese. Huh?
No po, I'm pure Filipino.
Yeah, but you have a name called Du.
Yes.
From Information Technology Division, Mr. Paul Brian Lau.
Kami Chinese sa inyo. Brian Lau. Where's Brian Lau? Brian Bago. We don't have Brian Lau. Please sound off. Yung ex-mouse. Ano position? Information Technology Division pa naman. Importante yan pa.
Sir, from DOT Region 1, Director Joseph Francisco Ortega.
Joseph?
Afternoon po, Senator. Hello po, sir. Good afternoon po.
From La Union, right?
Yes po, sir. From La Union po.
The biggest family in the country.
Yes po, Senator.
Okay, see you next.
From DOT Region 2, OIC Fanny Betty Domingo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Senator.
Good afternoon, Region 2. You replace Bet Tiwa.
She retired, sir.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
From DOT Region 3, Director Carolina D. Uy.
Oh, Carolina Lee Uy. This is on purpose. You have a lot of Chinese names. She's
Good afternoon,
to
Mr. Senator.
Chinese invasion of the Philippines. Go ahead.
From DOT Region 4A, Director Michael A. Palispis.
For a police piece, are you there? Mr. Police piece? Wala.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator.
Naka-open audience.
Hinihintay niya pa yung Holy Week. Palaspas. Magiging palaspis. Okay, right.
DOT Region 4B, Director Christopher V. Morales.
Good afternoon, Mr. Senator.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Wala pa, sir.
From DOT Region 6, Attorney Helen J. Catalbas.
Helen? Huh? Wala si Helen? Your questions there, because a lot of questions on it. Historical tourism is going to be asked. Go ahead, please.
DOT Region 7, Director Shalimar H. Tamano.
7, yeah. Okay, Negros, all right.
From attached agencies and corporations, sir, from Tourism, Infrastructure, and Enterprise Zone Authority, COO Pocholo Joselito D. Paraga.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon sa lahat.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir.
Aria, Pastor Babia.
Intramuros Administration, Attorney Guillermo B. Asido.
Yes, I'm familiar with Gilead. Hi, Gilead. How are you? Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Tourism Promotions Board, COO Maria Antoinette Aliones.
You're the lady with the glasses. All right. Have you been with the board for long, or are you a new appointment?
Sir, I assumed last February I used to be with the Career Executive Service Board. Tonette, sir.
Yeah, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Duty Free Philippines Corporation, COO Vicente Pelayo Angala.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Pati yan, Chinese. Sabi ni Ed Angala, gagala ang buhay pagka si Angala. Sige, next. Go ahead.
Philippine Retirement Authority, Attorney Benvenido K. Chi.
Good afternoon po, Senator.
Oh, China naman. Dami.
Na yung Filipino Foundation, sir, Attorney Lucille Karen Malilong.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Lilong Isberto.
Good afternoon, Mr. Senator.
Or can you raise your hand, please? All right, okay. Go ahead.
And Philippine Commission on Sports and Scuba Diving, Ms. Rowena Sorioso.
Rowena Sorioso. Where's Wen? Rowena?
That's all, sir. Or I guess.
Is she diving today? She's not here? And finally, what about Grace de los Santos? A DBM rep. All right, okay. All right. Let me just begin by quoting a very old statement of mine, which became a very powerful statement not too long ago. Where tourism advances, poverty retreats. And you've got to admit that we have now an exacerbation of poverty in the country, because a lot of people have not been able to find their living or exercise their livelihood. A lot of hotels and tourism destinations are closed. Bartenders are not serving drinks, etc. Chefs are not able to do their work, and their kitchen helpers. I don't know about the tourism guys, but certainly the tourism department is one of the most viciously affected by the pandemic. The DOT shall be the primary government agency charged with the responsibility to encourage, promote, and develop tourism as a major socio-economic activity to generate foreign currency and employment, and to spread the benefits of tourism to both the private and public sector. In the law that we framed about not too long ago, we wanted it to be the principal engine of growth. That was the phrase I used. And later on, I will show you a statement that done in 1987 that talks about tourism as the future by James Fallows. It is this representation's vision, as well as many, that the Philippines be a prosperous nation with flourishing businesses and investments, including a booming tourism industry. I've heard the word booming many times. We go up, we go down. We move forward, we go back. Again, symptomatic of the culture that we have not been able to follow through. Something always happens, either man-made or now this time, a vicious pandemic, as I pointed out. A country which is composed of a population with love of culture and history, care for nature and environment, educated and competitive, and his moral and good work ethic, and has good work ethic. When I was tourism secretary, I had the 3 A's, and we said attract the tourists, and assure them of the quality of their experience and accountability from ourselves in making that experience a good one. It's not just attraction, but when they come here, they feel assured, and they get out, they know that they've had a great experience just because of the accountability of the entire Filipino people, particularly the Department of Tourism. Tourism, I said, also must have the 4 Ps, which is protect and preserve our natural and cultural environments, because our environment has been ravaged in the last several decades. We must protect them so that everyone can profit from their sustainability. Profit not just in terms of material benefits, but also in terms of pride that we have been able to preserve our natural and somebody spoke. There are some statistics that have been provided us. Tourism has always been an important contributor to the Philippine economy. In 2019, the tourism industry generated a total of 2.48 trillion in tourism direct gross value added. This is 10.8% higher compared to the 2018 figure of 2.24 trillion. I'm going to ask a question about that later on. On the other hand, in 2019, the Philippines attracted a total of 8,260,913 foreign visitors. I'd like to be able to ask a question about that as well. This figure is 15.24 higher than compared to the more than 7 million tourists in 2018. Inbound tourism expenditure increased by 23.2%, amounting to 548.76 million in 2019. uh, from 445.58 in 2018, while domestic tourism expenditure grew by 10.4. Share of employment in tourism industries is 13.5% of the total employment of the country. That's very significant. Employment in tourism industries were estimated at 5.71 million in 2017, 6.5% higher than 5.36% in 2018. We must make our tourism industry indeed an engine of investment, employment, growth, and national development. I would now like to call on Secretary Romulo Puyat, Bernadette, and listen to the song of Bernadette today. I hope it will be happy to present the budget forthrightly. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone.
Yes,
Secretary Puyat, you have the floor.
yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator Gordon, and the esteemed members of the Senate. On behalf of all the officials and staff of the Department of Tourism, we would like to express our gratitude for your continuous support to the department's plans and programs. The support of the Congress for tourism cannot be overemphasized, as we always look up to the Senate, of course, in the House, to support our budget, and more importantly, to policies that will further develop opportunities in our sector and help address the issues affecting tourism right now, which is, of course, COVID-19. As mentioned in slide 2, the good Mr. Speaker already, Mr. Chair already mentioned that we had an 8.26 million international visitor arrivals. You've already mentioned it prior before. Slide 3, you've also mentioned that we've had close to 110 million trips, which is an 11.26% from the previous year. Slide 4, you've already also mentioned that we are 12.7 contribution to the gross domestic product, which was 10.8 higher than the previous year. Slide 5, you've also said that both domestic and international pumped in 3.6 trillion pesos. Slide 6, which Mr. Chair, you always say tourism means jobs. Employment was set as 5.71 million jobs, 6.5% higher than the previous year. And of course, you've mentioned it's 13.5% of total employment. And so we've said that of course, 2019 was a banner year. Slide 8 will show that flash on the screen is our financial performance for fiscal year of 2019, followed by our fiscal performance in 2019, covering policy formulation and planning, industry training, standards development and enforcement, and market and product development. We are pleased to inform that the department is on track in delivering its plans and programs for the fiscal year 2020. Flashed on the screen are our financial and fiscal performance as of September 30, 2020. Of course, the pandemic has hampered, if not halted, the implementation of many of our activities and projects, which were scheduled from March to May, a period considered as the peak season for tourism. Nonetheless, we have endeavored to quickly adapt to the new normal and to work within the many restrictions on travel and tourism. We have implemented activities that mostly utilize virtual platforms. Just recently, we marked a major achievement for the country's tourism industry in the time of the pandemic. We launched the Ridge and Reef Travel Corridor and the Baguio Visitor Information and Travel Assistance, or the Visita program. Two important steps towards reviving the tourism industry in Northern Luzon. That's like an online registration system that we are offering to all tourist destinations through the TPD. We also hosted the Philippine Travel Exchange, or PTEX 2020 Hybrid Edition. The event combined virtual and physical activities with B2B appointments, the first tourism MICE event in the world. The PTEX, now in its 19th year, was conducted virtually, while social events and entertainment hosted in Panglao, Bohol, where it was broadcasted live to all our buyers all over the world. This is the largest government-organized travel trade event in the Philippines, generating 9,155 B2B, or business-to-business sessions with 122 international buyers from 34 countries and 345 seller delegates from 161 companies.
Excuse
As
me.
of October, yes,
Excuse
yes,
me.
ma'am. Yes, sir.
Were these participants done by internet or by video conference?
The locals were there. Those from NCR went to Panglao, Bohol, but of course the foreigners were all online.
Online. Correct.
Online, the foreigners, but the sellers came from Metro Manila and went to Panglao, Bohol. So it was the
They were
first of
able
its.
to generate 122 international buyers.
Yes, and then as the revenue from this event was 41.7 million. 41.7 million
Where did you get the
pesos.
revenue? This is new to me. Where did you get the revenue?
This is the from the sellers. We had 345 seller delegates, so we got from them their negotiated and their the
So they
sales already. Yes.
So the sellers paid. Thank you. That's a
Yes,
very
these are from the sellers. Yes.
ingenious way of doing it. Congratulations. Good.
I would like to thank the TPB. Mr. Chair, we would like to. This is the first in the world because normally even the local sellers are online. We did it in Panglao, Bohol, and
Yes.
it was able. We were able to prove that we can actually do MICE events even during the pandemic.
You mean MICE promotion events?
Yes.
Not MICE events.
Yeah, there were like about more than 50 who went, and then after that it was nice because Mr. Chair, they went diving, they went around the tours, the Lobok River, so our international buyers could see the even the sellers were enjoying the tourist spots.
Wonderful. Can you continue, please? Would you continue, please, so that I don't...
Okay. To provide the framework for the DOT's response, recoil, and recovery measures that address the COVID-19 pandemic, we have the Tourism Response and Recovery Plan, which we formulated with the World Bank early March this year. The DOT conducted nationwide consultations with our stakeholders to determine the measures that are urgently needed by the industry. From this, the TRRP identifies 4 outcomes. First, secured livelihood with adequate social services. Second, sustained business operations. Third, appropriate infrastructure. Fourth, enhanced marketing and market and development. With clearance from the IATF, the Department of Tourism, together with the Tourism Promotions Board, staged 29 sweeper flights across various regions in the countries. We flew approximately 3,600 stranded tourists during the lockdown. We have provided assistance to approximately 40,000 tourists, 30,000 of whom are foreign tourists, while the rest are domestic tourists. The department distributed 22,715 tourist care kits, as well as 1,134 tourism care vouchers, which were spent by the recipients for their food and accommodation. Rescue missions were likewise fielded by providing land or sea transport and constantly checking and monitoring the situation of our tourists.
In other words,
yes, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, this is part of the emergency funding that we inculcated in the law, that it allows the Department of Tourism to provide people, our foreign tourists and domestic tourists alike, an ability to get out. Like in Thailand, they were allowed to get out after the tsunami. They were even given pocket money, if I'm not mistaken. And during the coup, we provided all the coup victims with a party at the International Hotel at that time. And so that's why it came into the law. It made sense to take care of the tourists so they will come back.
Yes.
That's something that they will talk about, right? When they get back to their countries. That they're
Mr.
taking
Chair,
care of.
yes, it's because of the law. We had the foundation, and we were probably the only country that had all these repatriation flights. We all the tourists that all the foreign tourists that were stranded all over the country, we made sure that they were able to get to the airport and leave. And this is because of the law.
That's very good. Thank you.
Okay. Under Republic Act number 11494, known as the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act, the department is directed to assist critically impacted businesses that are tourism enterprises, including tourism-oriented barangay, micro-business enterprises, cooperatives, or other members of the informal sector. Toward this end, we would like to thank the BICAM. They've allotted 6 billion for tourism MSMEs under the SB Corps COVID-19 Assistance to restart tourism or CARES program in consultation with the stakeholders who I yes, yes,
Has
sir.
that been spent already, the 6 billion?
Not yet. We're still we're already doing pre-qualification. We're still waiting for the DBM to download it to SB4. But as we speak, sir, we're already doing pre-qualification para pagdating na ng pera we can lend.
Kindly mention what the status of the fund is. If it has already been spent or is about to be given to you, and what your plans are. We can ask you that later. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under the following terms is 0% interest loans with a term of up to 4 years, including a 1-year grace period, will be available to all tourism MSMEs. A service fee set a maximum of 8% for 4 years will be collected. It is to be noted that these rates were negotiated and are considerably lower than the original SB core rates of 3.2% rate per annum or 12.8% for a 4-year repayment period. No collateral will be required for MSMEs that do not exceed 3 million pesos. The loan amount will be determined by the SB core, and enterprises must have a good credit standing. DOT accreditation will be required so that the DOT will provide the list of DOT accredited enterprises to SB core. SB core, on the other hand, will submit a monitoring report to the Department of Tourism. A memorandum of agreement between the DOT and SB core was already signed last week. Moreover, 100 million pesos was appropriated to finance the training and subsidies for tourist guides. 3 billion pesos, we're still waiting for the release to the DOLE. It's still not with us, Mr. Chair. There's another 3 billion pesos was also provided for the implementation of cash for work programs under the Department of Labor and Employment. We're still also awaiting the release from DBM to DOLE. The DOT and DOLE have already formulated the guidelines which cover program implementation and component-specific procedural guidelines for the following components. One-time financial assistance of 5,000 shall be provided to DOT-accredited tour guides as well as displaced workers of primary and secondary tourism enterprises and LGU licensed primary tourism enterprises and displaced workers who are members of the registered community-based tourism organization. Priority shall be given to unserved beneficiaries under the Bayanihan Act 1 and displaced workers of DOT-accredited primary and secondary tourism enterprises. For all the other affected tourism workers not covered by the one-time financial assistance, they may enroll under a cash for work program under the DOLE. With the tourism industry being one of the hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, it is incumbent upon the department to come up with a responsive and sustainable measure that will not only help the tourism industry bounce back, but more importantly, ensure that our people retain, if not find better jobs. Taking into weight the current global and national situation, the department will pursue the following strategic thrusts. First, ensure responsive and timely formulation of policies in support of safe and fun tourism. Cultivate convergence to develop and promote sustainable domestic tourism. And enhance capacity among tourism workers to ensure employability and productivity. Ensuring responsive and timely formulation of policies in support of safe and fun tourism is two-pronged. First is the inclusive and participatory policy formulation in partnership with our stakeholders, and standards and protocols setting with global best practice benchmarks. Under inclusive and participatory policy formulation in partnership with stakeholders, we will undertake the updating of the National Tourism Development Plan of 2016 to 2022 and the alignment of the Tourism Response and Recovery Plan with the updated NTDP, among others. We will continue to develop and enforce tourism standards and regulations that reflect and are at par with global best practices, especially during the time of COVID. In pursuit of cultivating convergence to develop and promote sustainable domestic tourism, the DOT will undertake domestic tourism product review and development, as well as the development and marketing of geo-circuits. I believe this is what Mr. Chair has been telling us all along to promote domestic tourism. To mobilize these strategies, we are implementing a strategic domestic tourism program and aligning our branding campaign to support domestic tourism. Premised on the UNWTO scenario on tourism, the ASEAN travel policies, and the results of the Philippine Travel Survey, the department will undertake a strategic tourism program geared towards the revival of the economy. The pivot towards domestic tourism is based on the industry strength and on current realities as well. In fact, no less than Honorable Chair has been pushing for domestic tourism. We revive domestic tourism, we revive jobs, and jumpstart the economy. The domestic tourism strategy is still anchored on the National Tourism Development Plan that calls for a participatory action plan using the bottom-up approach. This strategy will be complemented by a triage approach which places value on health and safety readiness and a capacity building program for the local government units and the private stakeholders. Given this thrust, the Department of Tourism has reallocated much of its branding budget for the promotion of domestic travel, the marketing of new and calibrated tourism products in partnership with our stakeholders, engaging the public on sustainable tourism, communicating our safety protocols for travel, and the geotourism-based branding of destinations and provinces. One of the key targets for the tourism industry is to generate employment and ensure that our people have the opportunity to get back their jobs, if not get better jobs. With this end in view, we seek to enhance capacity among tourism workers to ensure employability and productivity by aligning tourism recovery with human capital development programs and retooling stakeholders in support of entrepreneurship, consistent with the pivot to domestic tourism. Thus, the department, through the Office of Industry Manpower Development and the regional offices, will make a pivot in the delivery of its human capital development programs and capability building activities to help affected tourism businesses and workers get on their feet as tourist destinations nationwide prepare for the reopening. In summary, the DOT-OSEC is proposing a total budget of 3.5 billion pesos to enable us to first ensure responsive and timely formulation of policies in support of safe and fun tourism. Second, cultivate convergence to develop and promote sustainable tourism. And third, enhance capacity among tourism workers to ensure employability and productivity. The Intramuros administration, on the other hand, is proposing a total budget of 90.3 million pesos. The National Parks Development Committee will continue to discharge its mandate of developing, preserving, and managing the Rizal and Paco Park in Manila and other parks that may be assigned to it. In pursuit of this mandate, the NPDC is proposing a 230.23 million budget to cover its operations. Honorable members of this committee, the NPDC, as well as the Intramuros administration, prepared presentations, pictures, if you wish to see the details of their proposal. In sum, the Department of Tourism, composed of the DOT-OSEC, Intramuros administration, and the National Parks Development Committee, is proposing a budget of 3.841 billion pesos, 91.6% or 3.52 billion pesos of the total proposed budget is earmarked for the DOT-OSEC, while 2.4 and 6% will be allocated for IA and NPDC respectively. Finally, flashed on the screen is a matrix showing our fiscal year 2020 appropriations, the portion thereof that was given up pursuant to Republic Act 11469, otherwise known as the Bayanihan Tukilas 1 Act. The obligations of September 30, 2020, the expenditure program for fiscal year 2021, and the variance between the fiscal year 2020 unadjusted appropriations and the fiscal year 2021 net. Found in the next slide are the same line items, but for our attached agencies under our corporate operational budget. This concludes my presentation, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your attention.
We should proceed with the questioning. Thank you very much, Secretary Berna. We'd like to get the real majority floor leader to ask questions. Senator Franklin Drilon, please. I can see Mick Subiri. Frank, go ahead, Senator Frank. Senator Dillon, are you there? I can't see him on the screen. Senator Dillon, if he's not there, we'll go by order of arrival. Senator Binay, and then we'll have Senator Dillon after.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Nancy.
Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, please.
Well, first and foremost, I would like to congratulate the DOT family for assisting for their efforts during the lockdown in assisting stranded foreigners. I think parang that was one good way of promoting our country. And for that, congratulations. But moving on, Secretary Bernard, based on sa presentation nyo, how much did you ask DBM for 2021?
Mr. Chair, we were nabawasan lang siya by 90 million pesos.
90 million.
90 million lang ang nabawas sa budget namin.
And then more or less, ano yung kasama dun sa 90 million?
Clay, ano yung natanggal sa 90 million?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, basically po ang hindi po nabigay sa aming request pertain to several items lang po. Yung hosting po ng WTTC Global Summit, yung pong para sa aming tourist project. We also requested for funding for the creation of additional positions in the DOT, particularly in the regional offices. And our request for the purchase of vehicles was not also granted.
But Secretary, technically, it's more than 90 million. Kasi if we compare it with your 2020 budget, nabawasan na kayo ng 89 million eh.
Yes.
Plus, itong hinihingi niya pa na additional 90 million na in spite of the fact na kayo yung sector na hardest hit, kayo pa yung nabawasan ng budget. Tama po ba, Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And with the decrease given to you by DBM, which is 89 million, ano pa yung projects na tinamaan aside from the 90 million that was not given to you?
Clay, can we mention it?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, basically yung na-mention ko po kanina, yun po yung mga hindi po na grant kasi these were our requests under Tier 2 po. We submitted a total request of 4.1 billion for DOT OSEC and we were granted amount under NEP of 3.5. So there is a 617 million difference. And aside from the decrease of around 90 million compared to our 2020 budget, yung pong nabanggit ko po sa inyo ng mga projects, yun po yung mga hindi na-cover, ma'am.
And then, for the 2020 budget, you also had to give up for Bayanihan 1, di ba?
Yes.
Magkano ito? And ano yung mga programa na tinamaan?
Let's flash the screen. I think it was one of the last slides kung alam yung natanggal. Clay, let's explain na lang kung ilan ang natanggal sa atin.
Through the chair, Your Honor, we gave up a total for DOT OSEC. We gave up a total of 1.48 billion. So basically po lahat po ng programa ng DOT from general administration and support to operations, ang aming tourism policy formulation program, tourism industry training program, standards development and enforcement program, and market product and development program, including yung branding po namin. we all had to give up an average of 40% of our 2020 budget for COVID-19 measures, Senator.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chair, nasaan ba si Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, if you remember, during the 2020 budget, diba, we made the realignment to give the regional offices additional budget. I noticed na for 2021 budget, maliit na naman ang napunta dun sa mga region. In fact, wala na naman silang capital outlay for next year's budget. Siguro, can we just get an explanation from the Secretary kung bakit ganito na naman ulit?
Before you do that, Berna, Secretary Bernie, I want you to have to emphasize the fact that tourism is the primary engine of growth, and you're the one that can make them not forget that, so that you can get more money. So
Yes.
I want to listen to your answer here. Go ahead, please.
Admin G, Admin G, could you be the one what we're doing now?
Mr. Chair, well, basically the pivot is towards domestic tourism. So, in terms of the distribution, the resources of the Department of Tourism, even though
Why is IA answering for everybody?
No, Mr. Chair, Admin Gilier is now the head of our domestic tourism. We've asked him to, yes, we've made him a head of domestic tourism. So he's been meeting with all the regional directors, finding out what is needed by each.
That's a very important post. Congratulations, Guillermo. Does that mean you're also occupying IA?
Still IA, sir,
yes.
Mr. Chair.
Because you're doing a good job in IA.
Yes.
At least, kahit paano may nangyayaring maganda.
Yes, Admin G.
Go ahead, Guillermo.
If I may, Mr. Chair, in the presentation made by the Secretary a while ago, roughly around 950 million will be allocated for the push for domestic tourism. In that case, Mr. Chair, there will be specific programs and activities that will be allocated for regional branding campaigns as well as part of the domestic tourism. Aside from that, Mr. Chair, although it's lodged still in the central office, there will be programs as well that will be allocated for the capability building of
Tingnan niyo yung
the local
section 56.
government.
Ubudi ba siya Manila? Nakita niya na. Niyati na. 9593, Republic Act.
Aside from the regional branding, aside from the regional branding campaign programs, Mr. Chair, there will be part of the initiative as well will be assistance for the capability building program of the local government units, Mr. Chair, as well. All geared towards domestic tourism, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Gilier. The question lang, kasi yung iba mas efficient kung magda-download na tayo kaagad dun sa mga regional offices rather than having it centralized. And then, the mere fact na walang capital outlay yung mga regional offices, I mean, hindi natin sila pwedeng i-augment if there's a need dahil zero nga yung budget nila.
Yes, Senator, what we are trying to establish as well is the data to support that, because there may be situations where there may our concern basically is that if we push for uniform allocation for each region, baka po yung domestic data or the data that will support that may make a difference. So what we're doing right now as well, Mr. Chair, is that we're looking at revising as well the domestic tourism data, because admittedly po, based on the PSA data that we have right now, there has not been too much focus on domestic tourism. We would like to have a more scientific basis in terms of tallying the data to support any financial initiative for domestic tourism as well, Mr. Chair.
But yun na nga, babalikan ko ulit, Attorney Gilier, the mere fact na zero yung capital outlay for the regional offices, how could we say that we're promoting domestic tourism?
The support basically for domestic tourism for will not just be in capital outlay, Mr. Chair. It will also come basically in terms of regional branding campaign efforts as well, and also capability building programs. That's why the key initiative po talaga is to converge with the local government units and try to see alin po talaga yung need nila in terms of ensuring the execution of a successful tourism program. Because we've done the inventory in terms of the number of local tourism plans. We observed that prior to the pandemic, many still do not have local tourism plans. So we'd like to do as well is to upgrade their local tourism planning efforts and therefore see and try to make an assessment of their actual needs in terms of the execution of the plans.
So
There are
parang, for you, there's no need to increase the regional allocation? Kasi for example, I'll get one region, kunyari Region 4A. Ilang probinsya ba sa Region 4A? Nandiyan ba yung regional director ng Region 4A?
Five provinces, Senator.
5 provinces for 15 million MOOE. So parang ang allocation mo lang per province is 5 million.
What we're trying to do, Mr. Chair, as well muna po, is try to do a needs assessment muna po talaga before we do the actual turnover of the funds to the local governments. Because so ganun muna po yung namin approach, Mr. Chair. In terms of
siguro yung 2020 additional allocation ba din sa region, na-implement ba to?
No, Senator. We lost it to for the COVID.
So hindi rin nagamit ng mga region.
Yes.
Siguro, Mr. Chair, during the period of amendment, let us bring back the budget for the regional offices. But maybe during this time, let's not get it from the office of the secretary, but try to source it from another budget.
I'm with you on that. Domestic tourism is very important. Certainly, we have to continue putting white heat into it so that when we get back, we can get back very, very strongly. Go ahead, please.
Yes, and siguro puntahan ko naman yung budget ng TPB. You said that the push is towards domestic tourism. How come yung budget natin for domestic promotions is only 100 million compared to 400 million for the international?
COO?
Billion ba? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Secretary. Ma'am, yung 100 million is only for the direct promotions for tourism program, but the marketing and communications budget, which takes up the bulk of the TPB budget for 2021, is actually has more allocation for domestic tourism promotions. So we are retaining lang, ma'am, yung proposed programs of the different posts of our tourism attachés, because we also noted that the funds for 2021 are actually directed towards keeping the Philippines top of mind in terms of tourists and foreign tourists for 2022. So yung 100 million, ma'am, is just for domestic tourism projects, but the marketing communications funds, which is higher, naka-allocate po yun more to domestic tourism promotions then. As we have also pivoted also, ma'am, for the current year, nag-reallocate na po tayo for 2020.
And para sa yung 400 million?
For next year, ma'am, na sa international?
Yes, yung international promotions?
Apo. Wait lang, ma'am. Let me walk you through the details. Yung 400, ma'am, that's spread across the various okay, the international promotions, actually, ma'am, for 2021 is 452,210,696. And Asia Pacific, ang bulk po nun, ma'am, ay mapupunta pa rin po for our Korean market, being also the largest. And Asia Pacific region has about 98 million. Then the North Asia region has 250 million. The Americas region, ma'am, has 59 million. Then yung chunk po, ma'am, na Europe, America, Middle East, and India region, which are also opportunity markets, nasa 43 million po, ma'am, yung allocation noon. Yun, ma'am, yung breakdown for the international promotions.
But hindi nyo ba nakikita na dapat siguro for 2021, taasan pa natin yung budget for domestic promotions? Until we have this problem. Kasi, unang-una, hindi nga na hanggang ngayon, hindi pa nga natin alam kung kailan tayo pwedeng tatanggap ng tourists, foreign tourists, di ba? So,
Yes, ma'am.
until may ganong question, for us to be able to utilize the budget, hindi ba dapat medyo i-shift natin towards domestic promotions?
Actually, ma'am, we've shifted po. Yung 100 million, ma'am, na domestic promotions for 2021, nakafocus yun, ma'am, sa consumer engagement programs. Yun, ma'am, yung ating mga tactical campaigns. But as I mentioned po, if you look, ma'am, at the marketing communications budget, that's 450 million, ma'am, for 2021. Yun, ma'am, ang focus po nun ay domestic tourism promotion. So, pag natotal po natin, mas malaki pa rin po. Yes, ma'am.
With among us, na to encourage Filipinos to travel the Philippines.
Yes, ma'am. Like yung 450 million, ma'am, for next year na marketing communications, 450 million po yung, ma'am, lahat na naka-domestic din po ang focus. And what we're doing, ma'am, in terms of strategy, we're actually collaborating with local government units and the regional offices to support yung mga regional branding campaigns. Like today, we had approved for Iloilo, then there's Baguio. Kasi, ma'am, yung mga travel circuits then within the country. So, naka-align kami, ma'am, doon sa effort ni Nagilier sa domestic tourism development.
Okay. And then, magkano yung funds nyo na hindi nyo na magagamit for this year? For events that has been canceled or you
yes,
couldn't
ma'am.
join anymore?
Opo. Ma'am, for this year, the total na, kumbaga, foregone na in terms of the projects, nasa 90 million. So, what we did early on last May, we requested the board of directors to approve the reprogrammed 2020 COB. So, a lot of those funds, ma'am, na-reallocate na rin po natin for the domestic tourism campaign.
90 million. But I noticed din sa budget nyo, para kayo yung medyo mahina din sa disbursement for this year.
Yes, ma'am. As of
Can you call your Lola?
If I may, ma'am, as of end of September, we're at like 34%, largely because many of the events have been postponed to either the third quarter or the fourth quarter of the year. But our catch-up spending plan will assure us that by the end of the year, we'll hit at least 90% fund utilization, which is our commitment with the GCG also.
Wait, pero nasa fourth quarter na tayo eh.
Yes, ma'am. Actually,
And
ma'am,
what is your disbursement na as of September?
As of end of September, ma'am, nasa 34%. As of October 15, ma'am, umakyat na ulit kami. So, medyo mabilis na po ngayon kasi ngayon, ma'am, yung bulk ng activities up to the end of the year.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And then
Thank you, ma'am.
For Tieza, can we just get an update dun sa Banawe Rice Terraces Rehab? And sa Boracay na din.
Good afternoon, Sen. For Banawe, we already have the improvement of the trekking trails. We just had it checked over the weekend, and that part is already 100% for the specific rehabilitation and restoration of Banawe Rice Terraces. Ang hinahabol na lang ho namin ngayon is the trekking trails I was discussing a while ago. Right now, I think it's at 50%, so we'll finish that up na lang ho. And then for Boracay, over the last weekend, we actually are commissioning the second pump for the drainage program that we already are working on, and by next week we'll finalize the commission of that one. That's actually supposed to be done by November 30, so it was advanced by roughly about a month or so. So yun po. And then I'd like to also report, kasi nga ho, hindi ko nakikita yung volume na nalalabas ng water ng mga pumps namin. And right now ho, we've roughly already diffused roughly about 30 plus million gallons from the pumps that are already acting po right now.
Okay. Thank you, Pacholo.
Thank you,
Siguro,
Sen.
last
Thank you.
question na lang kay for Sec Berna.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oo. Secretary, I'm torn with yung whether to open for tourism or not. Kasi, well, I realize yung importance to generate jobs, lalo na dun sa tourism stakeholders. But at the same time, nandiyan pa rin yung problema natin with COVID. And I have this feeling na yung tourism can also be parang magiging vehicle as a super spreader. So 50-50 ako dun sa pagbubukas na gagawin natin when it comes to tourism. Na in fact, you had an event where you also had the COVID scare, di ba? So, kumbaga yung threat of the virus is very much there. And I know naglagay naman kayo ng mga safeguards and everything, but at the end of the day, hindi pa rin, that is still not 100% foolproof not to get the virus. So yun lang yung concern ko when it comes to opening. And is the department preparing for a worst case scenario wherein merong mga nagtatrabaho sa industriya turismo na hindi na talaga makakabalik until we have this COVID? And ano yung tulong na pwedeng ibigay natin sa kanila for them to survive until we have this problem? Kasi, di ba, Secretary, let's admit it, hindi naman talaga babalik at 100%. Kumbaga, the new normal for the tourism industry will not be the 7 million tourist arrivals. In fact, ano bang projected tourist arrivals nyo for next year?
9 million. Dapat for this year was supposedly 9 million.
Yeah, but for next year?
Next year, I think it was supposed to be 10 million next year, but wala. Of course, we've already thrown that out because we will definitely not reach the numbers.
So, wala pa kayong COVID scenario na foreign tourist arrival?
Mr. Chair, ang hirap kasi even other countries, when before they were going to give targets, tas biglang nagka-outbreak. So, hindi matutuloy. But ang maganda kasi, Mr. Chair, in the Philippines, the contribution of tourism is 12.7%, but 10.8% is from domestic tourism. Though 2019, we had 8.26 million foreign tourist arrivals, we had close to 110 million domestic trips. So we are highly reliant on domestic tourism right now. And,
but Secretary, we should also face the scenario, yung tinatarget natin na domestic tourists, medyo may problema din financially. In fact, yung OFWs natin, maraming antaas ang unemployment rate. So yung potential market din for domestic tourism, parang hindi rin ganun ka-shiny at the moment, which could lead to job displacement for the workers in the industry. So, ang sa akin lang meron ba tayong programa or alternative na pwedeng ibigay sa kanila habang medyo grim yung scenario when it comes to the industry?
Well, as of now, what we're doing is patuloy-tuloy pa rin nga yung mga training, and then some actually, would you believe, BPOs have been they got in touch with us. They're looking for tourism stakeholders. They're looking for at least 10,000, at least that's one BPO, 10,000 employees a month, and they will be employed for 6 months. Yung mga iba nag-pivot muna there because they're looking for tourism from the tourism sector. And of course, malaking tulong yung nasa BICAM. For the meantime, only that's one time lang, yung 5,000 each that will cover 600,000 workers. But I understand what you mean, Mr. Chair. We are continuous ang training. We're happy that some have been pivoting to other jobs, and what we're doing na lang is we're strengthening all the health and safety protocols. As we speak, Mr. Chair, I'm in Ilocos Norte. We are reopening tourism already. Alam namin, tama ka, Mr. Chair, it won't be like before na agad dadagsa ang mga tao, health and safety. But whenever we talk to our tourism stakeholders, masaya naman sila sa yung SB Core, yung working capital loan, masaya naman sila sa 3 billion na binigay ng BICAM, but okay lang sa kanila to slowly restart tourism. Yun talaga, pero again, it won't be the same numbers as before. but we are making sure that the health and safety protocols are in place, and we are also piloting, Mr. Chair, yung for example, yung antigen testing through the TPB. Marami kasi gusto mag-travel, pero namamahalan sila sa RT-PCR. So, through the TPB and the WHO, pinapilot namin yung antigen testing. Tapos ipapilot na namin soon yung saliva. We're continually looking also for ways. According to our survey, Mr. Chair, 77% want to travel in the absence of a vaccine. Pero ngayon naman, namamahalan sila sa RT-PCR. So we are continually looking for alternatives na as effective as the RT-PCR but more affordable.
Yeah, pero hindi shouldered ng DOT yung testing ng tourists.
No, yung shoulder namin yung pilot testing, Mr. Chair. So everybody's pushing for the antigen test now, but together with the WHO and Baguio City, pinapilot test namin sa Baguio. Kung successful siya, sabay yun, Mr. Chair, yung lahat ng tourists, yung sa pilot test, shoulder yan ng DOT through the TPB, sabay ang RT-PCR at antigen. So we're looking kung pareho yung results nila.
Siguro, Secretary, since medyo nabawasan na nga kayo ng budget, baka maganda din to coordinate with DOH. Kasi for Bayanihan Part 2, we gave 10 billion for testing. So baka the tourism industry can parang get a portion of that 10 billion. Para naman to help the industry, para hindi na kayo lalong mabawasan ng
kami lalo. Yes. And Mr. Chair, we're also requesting from the DOH yung COVID testing centers. Yun ang hinihingi ng mga tourist destinations.
Okay.
Ano yan? Ano yan?
Yung testing centers, Mr. Chair, yung COVID lab.
Yeah.
Yung mga COVID lab. But maraming still hesitant to open kung wala silang COVID lab.
Actually, I spoke with Boracay and they want to use the PRC lab.
Yes.
And we can do that. In fact, I just want to admonish you in a nice way, of course, that the
antigen
test has been discredited by DOH. They don't want it. And I agree. And the real test is still PCR. And we're about, if we can get the people at DOH, especially their health expert panel, to approve it. You know, the medical doctors approve it, but there are scientists there. They want more time. And I'm supposed to get something tomorrow from the medical panel of DOH, but the private sector, they want to do the science. They don't want to look at how we can facilitate it. You know, all the airports in Japan are using the saliva test that we're going to use. And the University of Illinois and Yale have introduced that, and we are adapting their technology. We have an agreement with them. And you should use your cabinet position to tell the president that he should nudge the Secretary of Health to nudge this panel. Otherwise, wala mangyayari dyan. The saliva test will be a lot more dramatically low than the PCR of Red Cross, which is already the lowest. So it's important that you get that done because for tourism's sake, for example, Haneda, Osaka, and all the other airports, Narita, they're using the saliva test already for inbound and outbound flights. I mean, make sure you research because you're going to spend a lot of money for nothing. The DOH has already said they're not honoring the antigen test, no? Kaya kailangan malaman ng tao na hindi uubra basta test on test. Tulad ng una, marami tayo ng mga mabibilis na test, yung rapid test. Palpak pala yun. Namili yung equipment. Ayoko kung namili ang gobyerno. Tapos namili na yung mga mayors. Hindi nila magamit kaya because hindi accurate. So now you're going to go antigens again. Hindi na naman accurate. And it came from Baguio, so be careful, Madam Secretary.
Yes.
Yeah, of course, I already spoke with the head of Boracay. I think he's the head. And he said, if we could do that, and we're willing to do that, that's where DOT can come in and make the arrangements so we can test. Because we are now testing 24 hours tapos ang test namin. 24 hours, marami na pag 48 hours. Ngayon, we're about to complete, magbabayad na ang PhilHealth ng kalahati doon sa utang nila. But still, they still owe us, so we still have to make sure that they are able to follow what is in the contract. But anyway, just an advice. Your last question, Nancy, because sorry, Nancy. Go ahead. You're on mute. You're on mute. And I apologize later on if you can hear me carousing here.
Siguro,
I forgot
Mr.
to
Chair,
unmute.
yung capability na lang sa contact tracing dun sa mga tourism destinations that we're gonna open up.
Yeah,
How
I think
equipped?
what DOT can do is help us with paying medtechs to go there so that they can be swabbed, all the employees, everybody. And then the swab can be brought until the saliva test can come in. But in the saliva, there will be no more PPEs. It's safe. So you just spit on the tube and we get it, we pick it up, we send it to Panay Island. We're about to open Pasig, and that is easy. There will be a center for testing for the whole of Panay Island there and also in Cebu. So we can send it real fast and it will come back. The saliva test is 4 hours. That's all it takes. So you can get it back real fast. Senator Nancy?
Mr. Chair, siguro last na lang pagdating dun sa funding for roads leading to tourist destinations. Identified na ba to? That's like 24 billion plus the additional from Bayanihan. I think more or less 25 billion din siguro.
Mr. Chair, we only have allotted 15 billion. And then with Bayanihan to additional 1 billion. It's already been allotted. We could give you a copy.
Okay, 15 billion lang?
15
Akala ko
billion,
24 billion or 23 billion.
It's when we wrote to Secretary Mark Villar and we were asking about the 23 billion kasi yun din ang nakita namin sa President's budget, and parang he said lang to refer it to him, but he so far confirmed with us that it's only 15 billion.
Okay, I'll ask again kasi
Yes.
when I asked him during the budget of DPWH, he said 23 billion.
Okay. The one he gave us, I spoke to him last Thursday. He told that it was 15 billion. We could give you a copy.
Okay. For submission na lang the 15
Yes.
billion and
Yes.
kung identified na din yung for Bayanihan.
Yes.
And na-download na ba sa inyo yung budget?
It's with DPWH.
I think for the benefit of the senators, I think we ought to ipako natin sila doon sa 23 billion o hindi sasabihin ng DOT Secretary 15 billion lang tapos bigla na lang maglalagay ng more than 15 billion, hindi tumaan sa atin yan, so we don't know where that's going. It becomes sport. It becomes some other thing.
Yes.
My suggestion is we remember this when the budgets come out in the plenary, so we would know. I'm certainly noting it down because I would not like them to say, well, ito lang ang binigay. Pero saan napunta ibang pera, maghahanap pa tayo. And the capability to spend this money has always been in question anyway. Especially if it is not, we don't get the heads up on how they're going to spend the money.
Mr. Chair,
Yun na lang
correct si
muna.
Nancy.
Yun na lang. No, I'm done.
I'm sorry.
Mrs. Nag. Thank
Ako sa
you.
Tripsy. Sorry.
Okay, Senator Binay, thank you very much.
Thanks,
I
Nancy.
recognize the Right Honorable Frank Vilon, who was having his merienda when I called him.
Sorry. Hihirit lang ako sa Tripsy, if it's okay.
I saw you eating.
I was eating also po. Sa ating chair, kasunod lang nung kay Nancy kung papayag si Senator Drilon, hirit lang po about Tripsy. The same, the tourism infrastructure.
With the permission of Senator Dillon and Senator
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Sinaga ka na ni Uncle Frank. Sige na.
Yes.
Kasi katandem ko yan lagi eh. Masipag yan eh. So, anyway, ang sasabihin ko lang, may problema talaga sa Tripsy. Not only the budget, yung 15 billion, but also the allocation and the choice, the selection of the roads. Unang-una, katulad ng sinabi ni Chair Gordon, napupolitika. Kung minsan talagang walang tourism sector doon, kaya lang doon napupunta. Ikalawa, the guidelines are so anti-developmental. They make so many requirements of tourism traffic, of hotels, restaurants, nagde-develop ka ng bundok, halimbawa, o nagde-develop ka ng isla. Siyempre, wala talagang magtatayo ng hotel doon kung walang kalsada. So it's sort of counterintuitive. Yun lang ang comment po.
Thank you, Senator Ivy. I remember the bridge that was built in Panglao, in Bohol, and it
Lubok Bridge.
a church, ginawa na yan sa Lubok Bridge. The bridge to heaven, I call it.
May ganun po. Meron rin dito sa amin. Marami rin ganun.
Well, they're following the Japanese way. Japanese just keeps on building infrastructure leading to nowhere just to spend money. Go ahead, Senator Frank.
Thank you very much, Dick. And first of all, let me spread into the record my commendation for Attorney Guillier Asido, who assisted me very vigorously in the construction of the convention center in Iloilo. Without his assistance, we could not have planned Iloilo to be a MICE destination. That was basic. Of course, all the plans would have had been set aside or at least temporarily shelved because of the pandemic. But nevertheless, again, with what we have started with the assistance of Attorney Asido, the private sector has relaunched very recently a renewed MICE campaign precisely for the domestic tourism that Secretary Berna had mentioned, because this is the only way by which we can sustain the tourism industry. And we have now plans and in place to make Iloilo a tourism, once more, a tourism destination. Show that we have a branding program in place to project Iloilo as a livable city, a safe city, with a food a food capital also, but principally that Iloilo City will be branded with a brand that would project Iloilo as a livable city. So we do hope to get the support of the Department of Tourism on this branding. Of course, we got support from the DOT on branding Iloilo, and we're in the process of branding Iloilo as the bicycle capital of the Philippines, again as part of domestic tourism, because we have the longest and most beautiful bike lanes in the entire country, especially the esplanade and the elevated bike sidewalks that we have. But having said that, let me ask a few questions on the budget of the Department of Tourism, Mr. Chairman, with your permission. Firstly, we noted that the Department of Tourism had very good and high obligation rates since 2013, 2014, 2015. It had very high obligation and disbursement rates. But between 2016 and 2018, the disbursement rates nosedived and became very low, and it picked up only again in 2019. May we know the reason for the slowdown in the disbursement for the 3 years from 2016 to 2019 at the start of this administration, Madam Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
We are raising this issue because it raises the question of the absorptive capacity of the department. With the low disbursement rates between 2016 and 2018, I would suspect that a number of departments of projects were abandoned. In fact, I think you will confirm that with the when the economy nosedived and we need funds, about 12 billion pesos in TIEZA funds were realigned as a result of the COVID-19. This only indicates that we had a lot of funds for projects which were not executed between 2016 and 2019 from our own 2018. It was only in 2019 that it picked up again. So I repeat, can I have an explanation from
Yes.
the Secretary of Tourism on this? And what are our plans so that we can pick it up again in the coming years? Madam Secretary.
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair, I only entered the Department of Tourism May of 2018. And I do admit that when I entered, the utilization rate was quite low. In fact, 2019, our utilization rate was increased to 92%.
I'm sorry, how much?
For 2019, it's already 92%.
Yes, 2019 it picked
Yes.
up. Before
Yeah,
that,
but
it was
I-
very low.
But I only entered 2018 mid-year of
Yes.
2018. So what we did was we made a revamp. We just picked all the work and financial plans. We just made sure that the budget was utilized. I cannot answer for before my time, but during our time, I believe that the utilization rate had already increased during our time. With the TIEZA, I would leave that up to COO Cholo Paragas.
Yes, yes. I'm
Yes,
sorry,
is it-
I'm sorry, Madam Secretary,
Yes,
I
Mr.
could
Chair.
hardly.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Yes. I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I cannot hear. There's so much echo. I think a number of our participants have more than one uh,
Zoom meeting. Yes, Mr. Chair.
working. Yes, better
Yeah,
now. Can you please put off this?
Mr. Chair, yes, I cannot answer because I can only answer for my time. During our time, the
Yes.
utilization already increased. I entered mid 2018. And I'm proud to say that 2019 are, as mentioned by Mr. Chair, it has already increased to 92%. But what we did was
Yes.
we did a revamp of the whole. We made sure that there was a work and financial plan. Everything was implemented, and of course, as you know now, we've asked Admin Villiers to head our domestic tourism program to make sure that that the funds are utilized, and this is working with the different LGUs. With regard to TIEZA, since he was there since 2016, I will leave it up to COO Cholo.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, good afternoon, Senator Lon. With regards to talking about the absorptive capacity of TIEZA, one of the biggest things that we did right now, just to give an idea, for the past 3.5 years, what we did was fast track the approvals and making sure that the process is correct. I think that was one of the biggest reforms that TIEZA has done recent, looking into making sure that all of the projects that we will be doing or actually are approving have to fall within a certain guideline. So what we did, sir, was really have a menu board on the type of projects that we will be working. In addition to, once it comes into the committee for approval, it has to have already a certain term of requirement. So what we did, sir, just to get an idea, we really place it under the Project Dreams. We call it Project Dreams because Dreams is destination, restoration, eco-sustainability, agri, medical, and security and accessibility. Just to have a proof of concept from this, within a span of 2017 to 2020, we already have an approval project count of 158, and then having a total of 11.6 billion in terms of approvals. And in addition to that, sir, what we're doing also is also looking into the type of projects. Again, this is relevant now, sir, because we wanted to make sure that moving forward, this is what the secretary has been talking to me consistently about, is even in the approval process moving forward post-pandemic, the approvals that we will be looking at has to be relevant and really aligned with what is the needs right now for our COVID response. Again, sir, like sample, this is not only for projects for the local government units or for the different districts. What we also did, sir, even in our assets, we are also actually rehabilitating our assets. And even as of now, we are actually using them already as part of the COVID response kung saan ho meron ho kaming positive cases, frontliners, nakastay ho sila doon ngayon. But sir, yun po, we're working onto that now.
Just very quickly. First, is it true that 12 billion of your funds were realigned for COVID?
Yes, sir. This is actually our the contribution of TIESA towards the COVID effort, 12 billion, sir.
Okay, 12 billion. As a result of this realignment of 12 billion, what were the projects which were given up? What were the infrastructure projects that were not that did not materialize?
Sir, right now we have roughly, in summary, we have the board of all of the ongoing projects, sir, were protected in terms of everything will proceed. It's still continuing. We have roughly about 117 ongoing projects right now, totaling 1.9 billion. And then for the board approved, sir, yun ho yung na-hold namin right now that were considered suspended. These are not canceled since we don't get anything from Tagaa, sir. So the moment that tourism grows again and we get funding from our collection from our sources such as the travel tax, then these will resume. So I can provide, sir, your office on the projects that are part of the suspended list until tourism recovers, sir.
Which will be funded next year from the whatever collection you have of the travel tax, etc. Will
Yes, sir. Actually, for the suspended list, sir, yes, we are looking into that one. There's already a selection that was already approved by the board on the order of continuance. So we had a priority list. Again, relevant, sir, to the COVID response.
So can you submit a written report?
Yes, sir.
Can you submit a written report to number one? What were the tourism projects which were suspended because of the alignment of 12 billion? And are these projects going to be reinstated next year? Or if not all, what are the priority projects that you will reinstate from the collection of travel tax?
Mr. Chair and Sen Franklin, what we can do is provide you that list, and then in addition to that, the forecasting, because as discussed a while ago, in terms of collection of travel tax for the next year, we can only assume because right now, sir, we've been getting reports on a monthly, actually a weekly basis on what will be the projected income generation. So I can provide that, sir, immediately to your office.
All right.
Excuse me, Frank. So ordered per request of Senator Drilon that you should provide the entire committee with that report so that we'll be guided accordingly. Thank you. Go ahead, Frank.
Mr. Potolo, how much was the travel tax collection in 2019 and how much do you expect in 2020 and 2021? You're on mute.
Ayan, sir. Sir, what we collected in 2019 was roughly about 6.8 billion, wherein the share of TIESA, which is roughly 50%, is 3.181 billion. But this is to take note, sir, that we also handle the operation and management. So we get roughly about 2.4 net billion on that one. For 2020, sir, this is as of August 30, we've actually collected 870 million. So more or less, sir, there's the drop in terms of collection is quite big, sir, roughly about 83%, sir, in terms of the drop in terms of collection. I will provide, sir, also an idea or an overview of that one.
Yes, just again, Mr. Chair, this is a very critical data. From what we can hear, total travel tax collection in 2019 is roughly 6.8 billion. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator. Yes, Mr. Chair.
6.8 billion, of which approximately one half went to TIESA. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair. 3.4 billion went to the 50% share of TIESA.
3.3 how much?
3.4, sir.
3.4
Yes.
went to TSA. And as of from January to August of 2020, you have only collected 870 billion. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir. And
that's
this is actually the one. This is 100% share, and for 50% goes to TSA, which is roughly about 435 million, sir.
435 million from 3.4 billion.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, if I stand corrected, the actual for 2019 is 3.5. 3.5.
3.5 billion. From 3.5
Yes,
billion
sir.
it goes down to 435 million.
Yes, sir.
That's roughly a 90% drop.
Yes, sir. Roughly about that value. That's why what we
I'm
were
bring-
doing now,
yes.
sir.
I'm bringing this up because the infrastructure program for next year is almost kaput because we have no travel tax.
If I may, sir, just to
Yes.
give an idea, in terms of the summary, what we were looking at is to make sure that we have retained earnings so that all of our ongoing projects, which is 117, continues until next year. What we're trying to look for now in terms of projecting the travel tax collection is the continuance of the suspended projects. Out of the 12 billion, sir, just to give an idea also, the 12 billion collected from TIESA for the COVID effort, the 10 billion is the suspended project list. And then in the 10 billion, we're looking at roughly about 5 billion that is on the for implementation. So just to look into it, sir, I can provide you the information in your office.
Yes, please, so that when the chairman submits our report, at least we know the
Yes, sir.
parameters of the pandemic on our tourism industry, which is very vital for our economy. Now, talking about that, under Bayanihan 2, and I hope the secretary is around, under Bayanihan 2, I fought for 10 billion for your department, which was sought to be realigned to all the infrastructure programs. And we were able to get a compromise wherein 6 billion was assigned as assistance to our small, medium tourism enterprises. May we know what is the status of the 6 billion? How many small, and medium enterprises have applied for this assistance?
Yes, yes. First of all, thank you, Mr. Chair, for, yes, you were the one who helped us with the Bayanihan 2. 6 billion is under SB Core for the CARES travel program. We are estimating about 5,000 MSMEs will benefit from this. But right now we are doing pre-qualification, but we are still following up with the DPM to release the fund to SB Core. So it's still not with them.
So it is not yet released.
It's not yet released, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Yeah, we hope that it can be released soon.
Yes.
Because the law will expire
Yes.
by December.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll be following up. And then the 3 billion for the cash for work and the 100 million, it's still also, there's a 3 billion from the 10 billion. The 3 billion is with Dole. It still has not been released, and we are still following up also with the DBM.
So right now, how about the 1 billion for tourism road infrastructure?
That's
Has this been released? Two questions. Has this been released? And number two, which roads are identified to be funded?
With the 1 billion, it still has not been released to the DPWH, and we are still in the process of identifying it with Secretary Mark Villar, but it was discussed that it could be based on, yes, wala pa ho.
So at bottom, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary,
Yes,
of the 10 billion, not a single peso has been released.
Wala pa ho kasi from the DBM ang release.
Mr. Senator Gordon, please note our situation. We have not a single peso out of the 10 billion na pinaglaban natin sa Bayanihan 2 has been released. So you have 6 billion to assist micro, small, and medium enterprises in the tourism industry. None has been released. 3 billion cash for work program with the Department of Labor and Employment. None has been released. 1 billion for tourism road infrastructure. None has been released. So do not be surprised, Mr. Chair. Do not get angry at the tourism department if
Mr.
they
Chair?
can't do anything because there is no money released.
Mr. Chair, with the permission of Senator Drilon, siguro
Of course.
just to
Yes.
share in the other budget hearing for Department of Agriculture,
Agriculture.
sila din wala ding nire-release pa for Bayanihan, which is worth 24 billion. So 34 plus 10 billion.
Wala
Wala
pa
pa rin
talaga.
nare-release.
And Bayanihan 2 is only until December 21. We have 2 months to go po.
Yes. So, but just to make it clear, you have submitted work plans and financial plans, whatever it's called, to the implementing agency and to the DBM for the release to
Yes.
enable you to have access to these funds.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And then with the SB Core, we are already ongoing pre-qualification para pag ma-release na yung pondo, we can immediately lend it out. Under, of course, SB Core.
Yes, and the next year's budget do not give you any comfort. You submitted a budget of 4.9 billion, and the National Expenditure Program only allots you 3.5 billion. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
And considering that the tourism industry is the second biggest contributor to our GDP, if I recall correctly, I cannot understand, the support given by the national budget on the Department of Tourism and our tourism industry. We will, Mr. Chairman, I really am in favor of supporting the increase in the budget of the Department of Tourism to the levels that they requested originally, because these are funds that can provide immediate employment as long as we can survive this pandemic. By the middle of next year, we should be able to revive our domestic tourism, or between the first 6 months. But unless there is sufficient support, we will have problems. So just to bring it to the attention of the committee that the proposed budget of the DOT of 4.9 billion was cut to 3.52 billion, apart from the fact that 12 billion was realigned from the present budget of the TIESA, and none of the 10 billion under the Bayanihan 2 for tourism was released. I do not know our priorities.
I quite agree with the distinguished gentleman from Iloilo. For a long time, we've been fighting that we really walk our talk. Primary engine of growth, hindi naman ginagawa yun eh. Talagang binabawasan pa palagi ang budget. I really think that the Department of Tourism should be the Michael Jordan of fund generation, especially after generation of jobs and money for after this pandemic. You can even add to respect for the Senate President LeBron James.
Mr. Chair, the examination of the budget for 2021 indicates that there is no more allocation for cash for work program to assist the displaced tourism workers. Wala pong allocation in 2021. And in the current Bayanihan 2, the 3 billion has not been released. And we have the capital outlay is also affected by the realignment of 12 billion in TIESA, in the TIESA office. So according to TIESA, the normalcy in tourism will only happen in 2024. The normalcy. In other words, ang sigla ng ating tourism industry ay babalik lamang sa 2024. Considering the lack of funds for the Cash for Work program for our tourism workers, ano po ang aasahan ng ating mga kasamahan sa tourism industry, ng ating mga kawani sa tourism industry, kung wala pong budget para sa Cash for Work in the next year, Mr. Chair? What are our plans, Madam Secretary, in faced with this very dire situation insofar as our budget is concerned? I would like to hear from the Secretary what are our plans. Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
As we've mentioned, we will be, with our budget, we will be focusing on domestic tourism. And then we've already mentioned before the Tourism Response and Recovery Plan. Well, of course, we will, what is nice is that, well, not nice, but majority still of the GDP is from domestic tourism. So that's what we will be focusing on. Admin G, would you want to explain our domestic tourism program to Mr. Chair?
So, well, we hope good luck. Our only hope is our domestic tourism. We don't see any new normalcy in our foreign tourists, given this situation worldwide. So in my view, you are in the correct track by generating domestic tourism. At least the internal economy is stimulated by the spending of local tourists. And I think that is the right direction to follow, at least for the next year, when we do not expect much of foreign tourism coming in. Which brings me to the point. Boracay. Boracay, in last year's arrivals in Boracay reached 2 million, which is in my region, 2 million. How much do we expect in 2020 for Boracay tourists?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Boracay only recently reopened to everybody from Luzon, including GCQ, October 1. We're still waiting. A lot are still complaining because there's still tests before travel. There's still RT-PCR test, but then we still have to do this because though some of the stakeholders want no test at all, we want to be very cautious. We want to make sure there's tests before travel in Boracay. We're hoping that we will find an alternative, as Mr. Chair has mentioned, maybe the saliva that will be more affordable and faster. But as of the moment, we cannot predict. But of course, nag-pick up ng konti over the weekend. But of course, it won't be like the numbers last year because marami pang they find the prohibitive cost of the RT-PCR. But we, as discussed in the IATF, mahirap kasi magpapunta lang sa Boracay without testing.
Well, yes. I may be in the opposition, but I will spread my admiration and commendation for what the administration did in reviving Boracay. Indeed, it showed the needed political will to put order again in that jewel of Philippine tourism. Because, ma'am, I have always said, if you want to see what a local government should not be, go to Boracay. Yes, really. There was just such an abuse of nature, of the environment, of greed by the private sector, and at the same time, the lack of any vision on the part of the local government who insisted on running things in Boracay and running Boracay to the ground. That is why I repeat my commendation to the administration for bringing Boracay to where it is today. But having said that, may we know, we have filed a bill which will create a Boracay Development
Yes.
Authority, similar to the bill created which Senator Gordon did for Subic Bay for SBMA. Similar to that, an authority to manage the affairs of Boracay, so that the practices of the LGUs in the past would not be repeated, because whether they like it or not, the local government is subjected to pressures from the locality, and therefore the vision for Boracay will be very difficult to fulfill because of these domestic and local government concerns. If I recall correctly, the president has favorably endorsed this Boracay Development Authority in one of his State of the Nation address speeches. May we know what is the position of the Department of Tourism, and if it is endorsing it, what has it done to push Congress to pass this bill?
Oh, yes, of course, we are in full support of the BIDA bill, not only the Department of Tourism, but the DENR and the DILG as well. We met with the stakeholders last June 11 with regard to it, and we are in full support. We are still, I'm not sure where it is in the House, but of course, whatever support we can give, we would want to give. I think it Mr. Chair, kasi because of what happened to COVID, hindi na na-take up sa committee.
Opo, my strong suggestion to the Secretary is to utilize the influence of her office to make this piece of legislation move, so that when we are able to bring back to normalcy our tourism industry after the COVID, we will be more prepared in terms of maintaining Boracay as the jewel of tourism or the tourism industry, rather than going back to the local government code with the local government having all the powers in order to have their own ideas of the development of Boracay, and so many, and these were not used. This is not necessarily in parallel to the national goals. So I would repeat, Mr. Chair, that in my view, a Boracay Island Development Authority is called for, so that the vision of the government in terms of preserving Boracay as our primary tourism destination can be preserved and pursued with vigor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, but Mr. Chair, Senator Binay wishes to be recognized.
Yeah, siguro,
Yes, I can give way.
Senator Dillon, remember, I think before COVID, we had the hearing regarding
sorry?
your bill. We had the hearing regarding your bill.
We should have a hearing, ma'am, if it's before your committee.
Yes, we already did, Senator.
You already did?
Yeah, we already did the hearing. And if I remember it correctly, DOT is supposed to submit a paper, kasi ang gusto nila, not just for Boracay, but an authority that would also cover the other destinations.
Yeah.
So doon nagtapos yung hearing natin.
Madam Secretary, let us take it one by one. Boracay is the most feasible as a development authority without any opposition, because the local government unit got burned with all the abuses there. So even the governor, the mayor, even if they would want to retain authority over Boracay, they do not have that moral strength to do so. May I suggest, Madam Secretary, that we limit it first to Boracay as a development authority. And I think the President has endorsed that for Boracay. Is that possible, so that Senator Binay can move and have this committee report and put it on the floor?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Wag na po ng lahat. Yeah?
Yes, of course. Okay, I agree with you, Mr. Chair.
If you agree with me, so that we can move with Boracay rather than,
Okay.
you know, we too large a bite. Maraming mag-oppose yan. But
Okay.
Boracay, wala ka ng opposition yan.
Sige, thank
Okay?
you.
Senator
Jane.
Dela, parang pinupush nila is an amendment to the Tourism Act. So maybe we can just do Boracay first.
Yes,
Yes.
we'll do. Yeah.
Yes, let's have Boracay first. And you know, in our environment, the moment the country will see how successful we are, just like in SBMA, then everybody tries to follow what SBMA is doing. But if we have the whole caboodle of the tourism industry being regulated by a single authority, maraming resistance pa dyan. Dito sa Boracay, baka wala na resistance. So may I request that the secretary already submits. If we still need that, Senator Binay, we still need the input of the Department of Tourism, or can we already file a committee report if they do no longer want tourism authority to include the other tourism areas?
Maybe the DOT can just submit a position paper.
Yes.
Yes. If
And then we can proceed with the committee report.
Yes. So may we request the DOT to submit a position paper which will sustain the BIDA, Boracay Island Development Authority, as a standalone authority without prejudice to future amendments. Pwede ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We'll be submitting a position paper ASAP.
Okay, ASAP. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the proposed budget of the Intramuros administration under Attorney Asido is down from 185.56 million to just about 90 million. Is that correct? Attorney Asido?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And I thought that the Department of Tourism has conceptualized a tourism product to be focused on cultural tourism as our new normal. What happens now with this budget being reduced by one half? That's a 53% decrease. Apparently,
Yes.
our policy thrust is not supported by the budget. Apparently, we could not convince the Department of Budget to support the policy thrust of the tourism department insofar as culture tourism is concerned. Can we have the comment? Yes. That is why, Yes. That is why, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, I am in favor of I'm supporting the proposed increase of the Department of Tourism because they have delivered in terms of our gross domestic product. In terms of our GDP, our tourism industry has contributed its share, and yet instead of rewarding and supporting the Department of Tourism, our national budget keeps on decreasing its support for the tourism industry. I do not understand this, Mr. Chair. Maybe you can help me understand it, Senator Gordon.
It's called lip service.
Okay.
The arguments are always all sound. So they don't really deliver. And that's why it's up to the Secretary of Tourism to use every trick in the book, every arsenal that in her possession to convince not all. Obviously, Congress is convinced that tourism is a no-brainer. But you have to convince the people around the president to make sure that, you could leave everybody, but the quickest way we can get up on our feet is by way of supporting tourism, supporting cultural tourism and historical tourism, because that tells a story, and even is educational for our people, especially on tourism. In fact, it should be told, when I crafted the tourism bill, my first concept of TIESA was Intramuros, because it is a separate territory already there, and all you have to do is put a little bit more money for infrastructure. But that has never happened, and that's why we put in Maestranza. I have questions about that later on. We put money in Maestrasa. I got $5 million from the Japanese, but up to now, it's not finished. So where is the sense of priority? So it's important that we realize this. Another point I would like to make, if I may, with the permission of Senator Don, while he's in the topic, is, in March and in April, we'll be celebrating 500 years of Spain in the country, and we have not done anything there. I've been repeating that over and over again. And on April 27, we'll be celebrating the victory, the first country, or the first colony that, or not a colony, but the first entity in the whole world that beat off colonial aggression. That is Lapu-Lapu. Nanalo tayo doon. And yet, there's no preparations. And I will have them answer it later on. But I just concur with my good friend, Senator Frank, that apparently we must walk our talk. Tourism is the primary engine of growth. And really, kailangan awayin, hindi maawayin, but maglabi ng gusto ang Secretary of Tourism, the DBM, and we should help her talk to the Department of Budget and Management. And I'm sure Senator Go would be our perfect partner here because very progressive. And he can come over with us and tell the budget. Oy, dagdagan niyo naman ang budget and tourism. Marami tayong event this year. Saka pabangon tayo eh. Madali tayong bumangon dyan. Domestic tourism is there. It's a big one. A very, very big one. So we have to really move. Thank you, Senator Dulam. And I hope Senator Go, he's there naman pala. He can help us.
Thank you, Senator Gordon. I learned from the master, Senator Gordon, insofar as the tourism is concerned. He has been advocating for this, but there are highs and there are lows. But we do hope that we could push tourism further, especially at this time. Tourism is the quickest way through which we can recover, and at this point, branding is more critical so that we can attract people to various tourism events. We do realize that capital outlay may be difficult, but we have, if we have the political will, we can do the best out of the situation that we have. And, market and product development, again, suffered a cut, 50%. I really do not understand what this is all about. In the present budget, marketing and product development has a budget of 1.1, is it 1.1 billion? Or 1.1, yeah. And it's now down to 555 million. So I don't understand this. This is supposed to be a promotions budget that will be allotted for branding and support for domestic travel, and yet it was cut by 51%. So there's a lot to be said about our, as Senator Dick said, the lip service that the national budget has been providing our tourism industry. This is an industry which deserves our support, but unfortunately, the policy thrust cannot be supported by the budget that was given by the Department of Budget and Management. So with that, Mr. President, I do hope that our voices can be heard here, with the Secretary leading the charge, if you may say, and with our chairman, the former Tourism Secretary. We should have some hope that tourism can be back as a principal engine of growth next year and in 2022. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to spread my thoughts on the record. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just a very short interjection.
Senator Villanueva, I just have to make a comment on Senator Geron's comments. I think that we ought to listen to the minority floor leader. Indeed, the fastest way to create jobs, to create the small, medium industry. Everybody is involved in tourism, from the Calesa rig driver in Intramuros and in Rizal, to the bartender, to the tourist guide. You know, you can name any number of jobs. This is the way to do it. And sometimes sometimes we miss the forest for the trees. And we cut here and we cut there, not knowing we're cutting our own necks. And that is why the points of the senator from Iloilo are very, very well taken. And I think all senators should support that. And I think we should really make an effort to try and let everybody know that the Senate stands four square behind on all fours to make sure that the national government walks our talk. These are laws. Again, we have always talked about this in the Senate. We make laws. Sayang yung mga batas. Hindi naman ina-enforce. Hindi naman binibigyan ng dapat bigyan. I'm not sure if the president was aware of that. He will do it. The president is extremely busy with the fight right now. And kumisan, some people who will just take it upon themselves to reduce it. But dapat bago mag-reduce, magpaalam muna sa presidente. Ito ho ang figures. Ito ang kailangan natin dyan. And that's where Secretary Berna must come in. And he has a great ally in Senator Go. He has a great ally in myself and Senator Frank and many others here. I think there's no one in the Senate that will not fight for this. In fact, I was about to say, nasa government corporations yung final bill on the authority, and it was brought to tourism. I did not make a point to argue with that, but I think I just want to make it the record that I will sponsor that when it comes to the floor because it's such an important bill and it's an exemplary bill. So having said that, Mr. President, I think now I can recognize, I know what Senator Villanueva, I can read his mind, is going to say, but go ahead anyway, Senator Villanueva, for a few minutes, because we still have a lot of senators. Go ahead.
Yes, I am aware of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will just be brief. I wanted to just spread into the records my full support to what you mentioned and what the minority floor leader raised. Mr. Chairman, we all believe the importance of tourism sector in job generation. If we talk about the employment recovery program of this nation, tourism is very important. Last year, 7 million foreign tourists came in the country, and I am not an expert in the tourism sector. You are, Mr. Chairman. We have Secretary Berna doing everything she can, and I know how it is, how jobs nanganganak because of for every foreign tourist here in the country. But let me just put this on record, Mr. Chairman. Myself, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Binay, we have been attending all these budget hearings, no? And unfortunately, from our public sector committee, yung mga drivers, hindi pa rin nare-release pala yung mga pinasa natin sa Bayanihan 2. Yung pong sa DOLE, that's 13 billion, Mr. Chairman, na hindi pa rin nare-release. And I talked to them right away after hearing Secretary Berna's statement that 3 billion has not been released. So I asked them, is it with you, with DOLE? Ang sagot po nila, no. The 3 billion is still with the DBM, and they have been writing letters to DBM. Until now, Mr. Chairman, hindi pa nare-release. And we all know that by December, matatapos na po ito. And I just hope, and this is the main reason why I interjected, I hope that we can do something as an institution because the Bayanihan 2 will expire on December, and the main reason why we passed this measure is to ensure that we will be there for our kababayans in these emergency situations. And yet, until now, hindi pa pala lumalabas, Mr. Chair. That's all I wanted to say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
There's an awful lot you said. Anyway, you're in the Joel Villanueva that I met many years ago when you were still the student leader in UST, and when you were a great basketball player. Now, let me just, with the permission of Senator Subiri, I think Senator Go, very important at this point to make a manifestation. He has requested that with the permission of my...
I will graciously agree to his manifestation.
I read your mind again, Migs. Go ahead.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Medyo gutom na ako, so gusto kong gisahin itong mga to. The indulgence.
Pare, meron akong durian para sa iyo. Padala ko. Senator Bongo.
Ayan, with the indulgence.
Kagayan ito, pare, sa farm ko galing. Padala ko sa iyo.
With the indulgence.
I will send it by land.
Thank you, sir. With the indulgence of
Thank you, brother.
our colleagues,
The gentleman from Sabukdar, stop spreading all kinds of malicious rumors about durian here. Go ahead, Senator, go.
with the indulgence of our colleagues, just a quick comment and manifestation. Mr. Chair, I agree with your sentiments. Best efforts to help increase the budget of Department of Tourism. Mr. Chair, Secretary Berna Romulo Puyat, fellow colleagues, and other distinguished resource persons, let me spread into the record my support for the proposed budget of Department of Tourism. Siguraduhin lang po natin na magagamit ito ng tama at para sa tama. And in fact, during the BICAM, full support rin po ako sa ating DOT. There is no denying the fact that the tourism sector was one of the most affected by this pandemic. Because of travel restrictions and health protocols, it has become very difficult for the department to perform its mandate of encouraging, promoting, and developing tourism as a major socio-economic activity to generate foreign currency and employment and to spread the benefits of tourism to both the private and public sector. Kahit na po kahit anong gawin ni Secretary Roque doon, talagang takot po ang tao sa ngayon. But we should help each other. This notwithstanding, the department has greatly assisted in the government's efforts during the COVID-19 pandemic by organizing sweeper flights or even commercial recovery flights to shuttle locally stranded tourists back to their home province and or countries. The department even aided in coordinating with national and local government units, embassies, as well as arranging necessary land and sea transportation, providing meals and accommodation arrangements for those who were stranded. I commend and thank you for all these initiatives. Ako po, ang witness ako doon, kita ko yung trabaho ng DOT. Noon, sa umpisa pa man hanggang ngayon po. Prior to COVID-19, the tourism sector significantly contributed to the country's economy and was expected to continue doing so for a considerable number of years. However, this pandemic caught us by surprise and the world was not prepared for it. Unfortunately, our tourism industry was and will be largely affected because of it. Maraming nawalan ng trabaho dahil dito. Many businesses frequented by tourists like hotels, restaurants, tourist attractions, and the like were forced to shut down. Even in Davao, the Samal Island, wala pong pupunta. Tingnan ho sana natin kung paano natin sila matutulungan. Let us find ways to provide employment, especially in the provinces, for those who want to return. Let us aid our small businesses in restarting their sources of livelihood. But we must not take such negative effects sitting down. We must continue to work towards reviving this booming sector and bring back to its promising stature. This is why I fully support the proposed budgetary requests and requirements of the DOT. The tourism industry has largely contributed and will continue to contribute to regional development. Kaya wag nating pabayaan ang industriyang ito. Paalala ko lang din po, although we want to promote our tourist spots and develop them for economic gain, we must also ensure their care and continuous protection. Alagaan natin ang mga likas na yaman at siguraduhin natin na hindi masisira ang ating kalikasan. Magtulungan po tayong lahat upang mabuhay muli ang napaka-importanting sektor ng turismo. Gaya ng ginagawa ng ating mahal na Pangulong Duterte, let's work double time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. I hope the Secretary of Tourism and the whole department takes note. When I was Secretary of Tourism, I hardly got this report. And when I was filing the bill on tourism, it took a long time. Senator Subiri will remember. We really had a hard time to bring it in. And as you know, when it was approved, yung TIESA pinatay for 10 years. Kaya nga ako hindi ako makapigil na talagang mukhang lahat ng magandang initiative ay pinipigil. At ngayon, merong COVID, dapat makabangon tayo dyan. At pinakamabilis sa pagbangon ay tourism. I would like to suggest this, and with the permission of Senator Subiri, sandaling isang tanong lang kay Secretary Romulo. Secretary Romulo, are you sure with when we have the test available, people can already go to Boracay right away?
Yes, Mr. Chair. A lot of people are actually wanting to go to Boracay, but they just find the RT-PCR test, not Red Cross, but the others quite expensive.
You don't like Red Cross, huh?
No, not Red Cross is actually not expensive. The others are quite prohibitive the cost. So we've been asking for a price cap because the others are quite expensive.
No, we're not expensive. But anyway, the point is,
No, it's not Red
talking
Cross,
about the Red
Mr.
Cross
Chair.
here. What I was going to suggest with the help of Senator Go, and we had the conversation last night, is to make sure that the Department of Health, and I've not talked to them about this, but I would imagine that the President should look at the current stage of testing by saliva, which I said earlier, Haneda, Narita, and all the airports in Japan, Osaka, they're already using this. And if we do this, napakadali. Hindi mo kailangan ng PPE. In 4 hours, you have your test. So we're ready. And all we're just waiting for is the green light from the scientists. And they're saying it's going to take another 2 weeks. I think we should really prepare for this already. And the moment we are ready with this, I advocate this. Those of my colleagues in the Senate should go to Boracay and show the whole world, and the cabinet should go to the Boracay, and our Miss Universes should go to the Boracay at the same time to show that it is safe, making a statement that we are going to make sure it happens already, and that will send a very strong signal to the public. The moment we do that, then you open the gates that Boracay is open for business again, along with Bohol, if they're fine, and of course along with Palawan, along with many other places. I think it's about time that we start making sure that with the testing, which is necessary, it must happen. I hope that Senator Go will help us talk to the cabinet people concerned on the testing para matapos na yan. And we can help our people get jobs back, get more jobs, get more businesses. We keep talking about how the MSMEs are the ones that are carrying the load. Well, they will carry more load if they're open. Okay, may I hear from Senator Go if he's willing to support that? Senator Go?
Very much willing, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And may I hear from the other senators? I'm sure Senator Jadon will support it. Senator Subiri will definitely support it. And Senator Binay, Chairman of the Committee on Tourism, and Senator Villanueva, as well as Senator Marcos, because we're all affected by this. Hindi naman tayo mag-helter-skelter go in there, but once we are tested, we can go there and say, the world can now come to Boracay. Of course, we would have to make some arrangements in our international travel as well. Now, I'm happy to call on my distinguished partner, the best majority leader, floor leader that we've ever had in the Senate. He's fast, and I think that he's an excellent, student of the minority floor leader, and therefore we can now get his questions on the floor. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are my Batman. I am your Robin in many things, although you're correct. To be a very good majority floor leader, you must learn from your minority leader. you must get wisdom from the minority leader. And yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, to the DOT family, to my colleagues, Senator Marcos, Senator Bong Go, Senator Joel, Senator Nancy, and of course the minority floor leader, to all the DOT members of the DOT family. Pleasant good afternoon. I see very familiar faces, many friends. You're absolutely correct, Chairman. I will go with you. Let's go to Boracay. The last time I was in Boracay, I was with Senator Joel Villanueva and Senator Nancy Binay. And I saw Senator Nancy Binay in a bikini. We went swimming po. there in the middle of the ocean. I will never forget that. Tontuwa si Joel noon na mag-swimming kami tatlo. Ano po? Senator Nancy, kasama namin. Kasi yung issue noon, chloroform. Kaya nag-swimming po kami. Pinakita namin na kaya pa mag-swimming noon. But I'm sure the water is much cleaner now. And, we have a lot to thank there. Secretary Berna has done such a great job. Full disclosure, Mr. Chairman, she's my comadre. And she's also secondary sponsor to my wedding. So obviously I am here to support her. You were Ninong, Tito Dick, and she was the candle. I think she lit the candle. She was the, what you call that? The ones who light the candle, secondary sponsor. So I'm very, very happy that, hindi flower girl. Si Mike Defensoria, yung Bible bearer namin. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I'm here to fully support the budget of the Department of Tourism. I'm so thankful that we partnered together with Secretary Berna Romulo Puyat and Secretary Mon Lopez during the Bayanihan 2, when we had to push really for the budget of the department or the tourism industry rather. It was almost lost to some sort of program, Mr. Chairman, that was not going to go to the Department of Tourism or the tourism-related activities. Thankfully, Mr. Chairman, with the interventions by your colleagues and several well-meaning congressmen, as well as Secretary Puyat, together with Secretary Mon Lopez, we were able to put the 10 billion fund in the Bayanihan 2. Unfortunately, it has not yet been released, but at least it is there. I saw the program, Secretary. I saw your program, Berna. Fantastic. I actually took a photo of it. Zero interest for 4 years. First 1 year, you'll have a 1 year moratorium. Wow. And that is something that people are looking forward to in the tourism industry. Those smaller and medium enterprises, I see the DOT Region 1 Director Jeff, my good friend. My wife is from La Union and particularly in San Juan, and so a lot of the businesses there, small businesses, could use that loan from the SBC to be able to jumpstart their businesses. I spoke to the other day. We spoke to Governor Yap, Art Yap, the lookalike of Secretary of Senator Bongo, and we were talking how it would help also the drivers there in Bohol, the jeepney operators, the small and medium enterprises. Kaya saludo po ako, Chairman. Secretary Romulo did a great job in pushing for this together with us senators and some members of Congress, and the outcome is something to be very proud of. I'm here to support the budget. If we can increase it, let's increase it. Senator Drilon is absolutely correct by saying that this is an economic stimulus. Tourism is economic stimulus. I see Region 7, my good friend, dear Shat Hofer Tamano. He knows that these are the regions that are clearly affected. Can you hear me, Chairman? Chairman, can you hear me?
Of course.
Good. Kasi I'm losing many people. Nawawala po yung signal nila. Mukhang na ano tayo. We're having a problem with the internet. Can you hear me, Chairman?
Very much so.
Thank you.
Loud and clear.
So mine is just a manifestation of support. I'm here to support the family of the DOT 100%. We need, you know what? Do not be frustrated. This pandemic has done the worst for the tourism industry, but I'll tell you what, guys. I will tell you what. Once the vaccine is in place, once people are vaccinated, once COVID-19 is gone, there will be a revenge of tourism. People will go out with a vengeance. People will want to travel. I have not stopped hearing it from my children. My children keep telling me, Dada, we want to go back to Ilocos Sur. Dada, we want to go back to Cebu. Dada, we want to go to Boracay. talagang wala na akong napakinggan araw-araw kundi gusto nilang lumabas at umikot. So I know that this will be the department that will benefit the most once COVID-19 is over and we will beat it. And when we beat it. So I salute all of you. Keep up the good work. Let's just make sure that the programs are in place, lalo na sa mga the industry players and stakeholders that got hit really bad. Because if we lose them in a particular area, obviously the tourists go there, then we will start from scratch and we will get again a bad representation of this particular area. So yeah, just keep up to date. Make sure that we help them stand up back on their feet. And I'm sure by the end of 2021, once everybody has been vaccinated, hopefully sooner rather than later, I can tell you, tourism will come back with a vengeance. So supportahan natin sila, Chairman. Let's give them a COVID-resilient budget for 2021. And when 2021 comes, let's even give them a bigger budget for 2022 because I know we'll be poised to hit 10 million tourists for sure, either domestic and from foreign sources. I also see DOT May there, this regional director for Region 10. She's my regional director. And unfortunately, Camiguin is still closed. I cannot visit Camiguin, my favorite island. But we have to take precautions. But sooner rather than later, we can open this all up. And I congratulate those in Boracay particularly who had opened up already the PCR machines. Senator Gordon being so proactive when testing, I'm sure he will help the DOT come up with ways to get these people tested before they come over. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman, I'm here to support. I'm here not to ask any questions. I'm excited to go with Nancy Binay again and Senator Joel Villanueva and swim in the beaches of Boracay. And hopefully with you and Ninang Kate Gordon will join us. And we can swim in the waters of Boracay, go island hopping in Cebu, swim at the waves of La Union, go into the nice vegan homes in Ilocos Sur, in Mindanao, visit the White Islands of Camiguin. I can't wait to do it. I really can't wait to do it. I know I have antibodies, but I can't take my family. So sayang lang. So I have to make sure that when we do this, we're safe. But kudos to all of you in the Department of Tourism. You'll always have champions in the Senate. Senator Gordon is one of them, and yours truly, together with my colleagues. So mabuhay kayo. Don't be frustrated. Don't be downtrodden. Don't let this pandemic and this virus stop you. Let's continue looking forward and we can make this happen. Sec Berna, I love you. You know that. You're my sister and my best to my inaanaks, your children, ma'am.
Chair, thank you.
Senator Subiri?
That's it, Chairman. Maraming salamat po.
I would like to thank you that you are a very good student of Senator Dillon. You do your privilege speeches very, very well. You mentioned all the provinces. That means that we're already campaigning for the next election. And I know that you mean it. I know that you mean it.
Yeah, it's in my heart.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it because your enthusiasm is unchanneled. I think that's the way we must be with our country. And you get everybody to get fired up, including the unflappable Frank Dillon.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
So, yes, as Ivy, you have the floor.
Sorry, Nancy? Nancy?
Hindi lang Mr. Chair, kasi si Majority Floor Leader is a member of the oversight sa Bayanihan 2. Gusto ko lang i-manifest na sayang yung mga nilagay natin sa Bayanihan 2 kung hindi naman i-release yung pondo. So baka the oversight can call up DBM to release the funds already.
Yes, but being realistic, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
being realistic, we say the funds have not been released. Why? Because there are no funds to release. That's the painful truth. There is authority, but the authority cannot be backed up by funds. That is why we keep on saying, the funds have not been released. The funds have not been released. Why? Because there is nothing to release. So that is what we have to live with. We hope that something can be done in the 2021 budget there's a lot of fat, there's a lot of lump sum, and yet worthy undertakings like the tourism industry does not give the priority. Intelligence and confidential funds have fantastic amounts. So that is the reality we face. There are no funds released to tourism because there are no funds. And but looking at 2021, again, it saddens me to note that an activity that can prop up our economy, tourism, is not given the appropriate support. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Before Senator Marcos, I'd like to ask you for permission to just comment on the unflappable Senator Dodon, who went back to reminding us about reality. I will also give you another reality, Senator Berna, Secretary Berna. When I took over as Secretary of Tourism, we had no budget hardly. I will keep you in mind. Some of them are still with you, my people. I remember when I first went to Hong Kong, I said, I was asked, "What's your budget?" And I said, "We're very happy." They said they were very happy because they've heard what we did in Subic. They asked me, "What is your budget for promotion?" And I said, "We have a budget of about $800,000." And they said, "Is that for Hong Kong?" No, I said, "That's for the whole world." And everybody laughed. Everybody laughed. I remember that very closely, very strongly. Let me just point out that Tamas Mix, don't be concerned, and the fact that you don't have a budget, but we can do that. We did that before, and we're a natural. Let me read to you what James Fallow said as early as 1987 when he was complaining about the country, when he said it was a damaged culture, and said they're very much influenced, and I quote, by the political climate. I think this has tremendous potential as a tourism country. It is so beautiful. That's the only positive thing he said in that whole article. And let me just point out to you that when we start doing that, we use our manpower. That's why I was going to correct Mix again. I was able to do tourism with the backup of our rank and file in the Department of Tourism. Sure, we ran them hard, but they delivered. They delivered in Intramuros, remember? History Town, Philippines. Wow, Philippines. Everybody carried their load. That's why I support Senator Binay when he says we should bring back the 40 million that we should provide every regional director. Because how can they move? How can your favorite regional director in Bukidnon move and show them the wild Cowboy West in Bukidnon with their nice horses and the manobos, the colorful manobos and bogobos? So I'm just saying, Mr. President, that advice to a younger sister here and all my friends in the Department of Tourism, let us use our creativity and our talent, and I can tell you all of us will support you. I certainly will give my individual support. Let me just point out also that we've been looking at that. That's why I've been in touch with Mr. Chusoy of Boracay and some of my friends there. Unfortunately, this is not meant as a slight. Secretary Berna has not called me insofar as that portion is concerned. However, Bong, you should have called me about that so we could prepare more for the testing, and we should make a lot of noise about that. But I still, Boracay will be the first stage rocket of our comeback. If you really think it's safe, and I think it's, I hope it will not go up with the cessation of testing by directors for PhilHealth. I think it's important that we have a select crew na pupunta doon sa Boracay to start saying, all right, we'll be careful, and we will show them how it's done and how smoothly it is done. Then we can start coming up with the programs in Boracay. When people see that, I want to be able to be ahead of everybody. Now is the time to do things that can put us ahead. Now is the time to come up with new destinations that can put us ahead. Use every bureau in the department to start coming out and be creative and start now. Even in Intramuros, we could do that. I just already pointed out. You know, it's not Spain that we're targeting. Spain is our friend, no? And yet, ang kailangan natin ilabas dyan ay yung European community. The European community moves together. Pag gumalaw ang Spain dyan, kasama na rin yung iba dyan, no? Kaya kailangan mailagay yan na even say we are the first European influence country in the world. And then later on, yung kay Lapu-Lapu, that's 500 years. And then you have 500 years of Christianity. You can organize all these, kung talagang we're getting better, we can at least make noise throughout the whole world that we are a Christian country and we're a Muslim country and we work together. And that is why it's important that the creativity aspect of tourism. That's what's nice about tourism. It's very creative. You can create. You can come out with your creative juices and make it happen. I just wanted to say that because I want to keep the momentum of positivity up and bring down the positivity rate of COVID down. And before it even goes down, we're already off the tracks. Senator Aimee, who's certainly one of our experts in tourism here in the Senate, along with Senator Binay, is now recognized. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to pose some questions to Secretary Berna, whom I understand is for the first time here in the province of Ilocos Norte. We welcome her. We're one of the hardest hit together with Cebu because so many of our constituents are actually dependent upon tourism dollars and pesos to function. So, unang-una, hanapin muna natin yung pera, no? Kasi eto nga, sabi nga ni Secretary Drilon, baka walang nga ang pera. Tignan muna natin, you've provided the committee with a listing of your branding campaign worth 1.47 billion. Is it really the time to be spending so much on branding when in fact we need wage subsidies, we need social amelioration, we need cash for work opportunities? Ano bang breakdown itong 1.47 billion? Parang napakalaki naman for a time when nobody can travel.
We still have to continue with the branding campaign to make sure that all health and safety protocols, everybody knows that it's safe to travel, that we can restart domestic tourism. And we
But Secretary, with all due respect, Madam Secretary, alam naman nila yung infection rates ng Pilipinas. We are banned from Singapore, we are banned from Thailand, we are banned from Australia, New Zealand. They all know our infection rates. I think it's absurd at this point in time to be spending 1.5 billion that is so direly needed in the hard-pressed tourism sector that have been suffering since December from very, very low traffic. Many cases, totally nil traffic. Hindi ba pwedeng i-realign yung iba dito sa SHAP, sa cash for work, wage subsidy, at yung mga tunay na kailangan ng industriya?
Ma'am, that is not under the mandate of the Department of Tourism. The reason why for the cash for work, it was given through the DOLE.
Hindi po,
that is not under the mandate.
No, I'm sorry. The 1.47 billion for your branding campaign is not part of your DOT.
That is the DOT, but then we cannot divert it to SAP because that is not under the mandate of the DOT.
No, why can't you make your own SAP? What I'm saying is there are so many departments doing the same. DOLE is doing the same. You've been mandated to do the same under Bayanihan 2. Ito yung kailangan ng tao, hindi po branding ngayon. This is not the time for sloganeering and snazzy ads and CNN all over the place. This is the time to help starving people, tricycle drivers and tour guides and students. This is not the time for snazzy ad campaigns. I'm sorry. So sana, hindi ba pwede, I'm not saying that you launch into the DSWD campaign nor the DOLE to PAD campaign. Ang akin, you formulate your own kasi yun ang talagang kailangan para bumangon ng tao.
Well, with regard to the Bayanihan 2, the 3 billion could not be even given to the DOT because that is not our mandate. So it was given through the DOLE for the tourism workers. So,
but,
yes, that cannot be. It is not. We have identified, but it is still be implemented through the DOLE.
I understand because that was TUPAD and that was an entirely different set of circumstances. In the case of your branding campaign for 1.5 billion pesos, this is directly under your office.
Yes.
Baka naman pwedeng i-realign yung kaunti dyan sa mga naghihikahos sa tourism industry.
I am not quite sure if it's under the mandate of the DOT to transfer it to cash for work. I don't think
I'm
it's
not
under a
urging
mandate.
I think it's your mandate to take care of the tourism sector. Until today, we are unclear as to siguro you can give us na lang the better breakdown of the 1.47 billion. Magkano talaga ang andyan para ma-breakdown natin ng maganda. Ikalawa, nabanggit mo yung domestic tourism po. At kalakip pang Ilocos Norte dyan, kami ang unang-unang magbubukas at gusto lang namin makita kung ano talaga yung detalye ng response and recovery plan kasi nalalabuan pa rin po kami. Unang-una, sinabi nga ni Senator Gordon, paano ba yung pasukan dyan, yung testing kasi hindi pa maliwanag. Isa pa, meron kayong lineup dyan, pero marami kaming hinahanap kasi sana eh. We're wondering what the details will be for the response and recovery plan for the domestic tourism.
Yes, ma'am, we will be submitting it to you with regard to the details with regard to the TRRP.
Yes, I think there should be a distinction made between the emergency responses, such as I'm mentioning, yung SAP, wage subsidy, cash for work, and so on, the labor retention, all that stuff, no? I think there should be a distinction made between emergency responses on one hand, and on the other hand, medium and longer term development for the new normal. Kasi kailangan na talaga na naumpisan mo na, isa yung maganda, yung virtual MICE na sinasabi mo, maganda yun, kumita pa yung Pilipinas. So maganda yung virtual MICE. So international yun. Sa domestic, sinasabi ko na yung kailangan namin, magre-retrain lahat ng mga guides, mga tricycle driver, mga van operator, para maging delivery na sila at e-business. Kailangan tulungan ninyo i-retrain yan. Unless sabihin na naman ninyo na test the mandate yan, hindi DOT. Siguro pwede naman ninyo tulungan kahit konti. Sobra naman yata. Ikalawa, yung sa infrastructure, ano bang listahan ninyo sa public works? Kasi dito sa Ilocos, halimbawa, at maraming lugar sa Cordillera, kailangan mag-development. Let's take this time out as a time to develop new products, new destinations. I think we need to identify those, develop them in this breather, well, imposed or otherwise. It's time to develop new products and new destinations. Kasi kung domestic tourism, nakapunta na lahat ng tao, kailangan may papakita kang bago. So sana, pag nagbukas na talagang todo, may papakita tayo. Ikatlo, I think it's also time to develop food, souvenirs. Galing naman po kayo sa Department of Agriculture. Siguro naman pwede nang tutukan mag-develop ng mga bagong pagkain, magsulat ng bagong brochure, hindi yung mga bulok na brochure ng dati. Mag-level up tayo. So what I'm saying is, sana yung detalye spell out po ninyo kasi wala pa kaming nakikita sa dilim.
Okay, yes, Mr. Chair, we will do that.
Ito dun sa bayanihan that you haven't received yet, I understand that wala pang pera, but in anticipation, marami pong nagtatanong dito sa amin tungkol sa MSMEs, kung meron na raw guidelines or priority. Sino daw yung priority para sa DTI, yung SBC na 6 billion? May concept na po ba kayo kung sino yung magiging priority dyan sa buong industry? Yung hotel ba? Bars and restaurants ba? Yung mga freelance sector ba ng tour guide at van operators?
Yes, ma'am. We've already discussed it with the stakeholders. What is who will benefit? First, our DOT accredited enterprises.
Yung stakeholders po namin dito at sa Cebu, parang wala pang namamalayan. Baka hindi sila nakonsulta.
And we will be consulting again with them. We've been consulting with the Tourism Congress of the Philippines.
May we know,
And yes.
may we have a glimmer of hope kung alin yung mga bibigyan na MSMEs? Kasi I understand this is under DTI, but perhaps we can do something about this.
Yes, we will be submitting to you the requirements needed.
Similarly, I think we were able to put 3 billion in Bayanihan 2, and hopefully sooner rather than later, some jobs will be given. Sino ho ang bibigyan ng trabaho sa unang listahan? Sino ba yung priority po natin? Kasi nalalabuan po rin kami.
For the 3 billion, it would be, first would be the DOT accredited, and number 2 would be the ones licensed by the LGU.
Hindi po ba baliktad? Kasi yung maliliit, nasa LGU yon, ano? LGU accredited, yung mga tour operator, tour guide, yung maliliit. Yung DOT accredited, mga hotel na yan, mayayaman naman siguro kung tutuusin.
Ma'am, Mr. Chair, marami pong DOT accredited na mga tour guides, yung maliliit po.
You mean the tour guides? So it's not just the DOT na hotel?
No, not the hotel. The tour guides, the tour operators, etc. The tour guides, yes.
The tour guides
of the community-based tourism organizations, yes.
The tour guides have a specific heading in the Bayanihan, kaya okay lang sila, they're covered.
Yes.
Yung concern namin, yung mga driver, conductor, at yung iba pa, pati yung maliliit na bar and restaurant at mga turo-turo kung saan sila kumakain, yun po talagang hindi na kumita mula pa nung Disyembre.
Yes. Oh, yes. Of course, priority are the employees of the DOT accredited enterprises, employees of the LGU licensed enterprises, and the members of the community-based tourism organizations.
Okay, kung meron sanang write-up dyan para at least mabuhayan naman yung mga tao namin.
Yes.
At ganun din yung mechanics ng MSMEs kasi wala pa kaming narinig. At yun nga, yung detalye, lagi na lang sinasabi domestic tourism. Kaya medyo pwede bang i-lay out kung anong itsura niyan?
Yes, we will be submitting it to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Yun lang po. At saka kung pwede lang, i-review naman ninyo yung branding. Naghahanap tayo ng pera, baka naman pwedeng i-realign yung iba doon. Kasi bakit tayo mag-a-advertise? Wala naman makabiyahe. What's the point, di ba?
I will leave it up to Mr. Chair. I think we need an amendment of the law.
Why
Marcos naman?
No, I was going to ask, why do we need an amendment? I mean, pwede naman yan ilagay sa ibang project for domestic development of new sites, new products. You can put it somewhere else, ano?
Okay, yes, we could put it there. Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yun lang mga tanong at marami po kaming suggestion dito kasi pag road trip at domestic tourism, walang pupuntahan kundi north or south at kami na po yun.
Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Hindi, with permission lang
Senator
dun
Binay,
sa
go
next na magtatanong. Hindi, i-request ko lang sana kay Secretary Puyat if she can turn on her camera.
Pinatanggal po, Mr. Chair, they told me to turn it off.
Bakit kaya? Because parang in the other hearings, we have a policy that the resource person speaking could turn on their camera. Kahit when they answer lang. Kasi
Mr.
parang
Chair,
hirap nung kausap. Parang hindi namin nakikita yung kausap namin.
Mr. Chair, sila po nag-off ng video ko.
Ay?
Sino nag-off?
Sila. They turned off my video.
Control of the computer. All right, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. That's sorry.
Yeah.
Yan lang pa, Mr. Chair, and whoever is control. Ayan na.
Ayan.
Sayang naman, ang ganda-ganda ni Secretary, Filipino outfit pa, hindi natin nakikita.
Mr. Chair, sila pa nag-off ng aking video.
Sila nag-off.
Nakaka-nervous. Parang sigaw ng sigaw sa dilim parang muto.
That's right. They're in a void, in an abyss. If the senator from Ilocos is done.
I'm done. Naghahagilap lang ng pera po.
Okay, good. Well, we can do that together. Let's follow the money trail. We now call on the Right Honorable gentleman from Bulacan. Very enthusiastic all the time, and that's good because UST always loses to Ateneo and UP. And having said that, we will now call him with bated breath. Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I still remember the very day that I tried to move heavens and the earth just for you to land in the University of Santo Tomas.
Again.
And thank you for that talk, because if not for that talk, Mr. Chairman, I will not be here before you, because I must say I was inspired by then SBMA administrator and now our mentor, the guru of gurus in the tourism sector. So we thank you, Mr. Chairman. But let me start by first of all congratulating the DOT family headed by our good friend, Secretary Berna. Thank God we can see you now, Secretary Berna. Because a while ago I was also wondering who's talking. But thank you, Sec Berna, for all your efforts, what you have been doing in the DOT. Very commendable. We are here to support you and the entire DOT organization. I have a lot of friends in DOT. I have to say hi also to RD May of Region 10. Binati na ni Sen Mix kanina. And to all our friends in the DOT. I'll be very brief because we have heard a lot of questions raised, and perhaps I will just be focusing first of all doon sa target and actual tourism employment ng ating sector. We are glad to note actually, Mr. Chair, that employment in the tourism was at 5.71 million in 2019, which is actually higher by 6.5% compared to 5.36 million in 2018. This is according to the Philippine Statistics Authority. However, if you look at, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, of the target under the National Tourism Development Plan, short po ito, roughly about 100,000. Perhaps we could just ask our good secretary about this, and perhaps also ask this question: how are we adjusting, or what is the COVID-adjusted target tourism employment by 2020? I'm sure it's going to be affected, and how this proposed budget will help you in achieving your goals, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Are in mute mode. Sorry, Secretary.
As Mr. Chair mentioned, 2019, tourism employed 5.7 million. And as of today, 4.8 million have already been affected. Either they lost their jobs or nabawasan ng sweldo. That's why we have this Tourism Response and Recovery Plan. And nakatulong po yung Bayanihan 2, where we will be able to help with 3 billion is the cash for work. We'll be help the members of the community-based tourism organization, employees of DOT accredited enterprises, and employees of LGU licensed enterprises. Meron din pong 100 million for tourist guides. Naka-allot din po ng 6 billion for the under SB4, which roughly will be benefiting 5,000 MSMEs. Pero patuloy pa rin po yung mga trainings po natin under the new normal. We've already reached more than 1 million for because iba na ngayon, it's all online. We've already had trainings for the under the new normal. We've been giving health and safety protocols since June for accommodation establishments, tourist transport, MICE, even diving. And then we have been also helping through the TPB, yung mga online digital applications. For example, the Visita app that you see in Baguio,
very
which is helping them. Yes, and then we are also wanting to give this to all the LGUs because ngayon po all digital and contactless. In regard to Boracay, through the TPB, we funded 4,000 workers para paka-RT-PCR all the employees in Boracay para to regain the confidence of the tourists, and we are offering this also to the other tourist destinations in preparation for the reopening.
Yeah, thank you, Secretary. No, but my real question lang po is, how are we going to adjust our targets? How much? What kind of adjustments are we looking at for the targeted tourism employment for 2021? How it's going to be affected? Because we've been monitoring almost all agencies, and I wanted to place on record that this representation, together with a lot of my colleagues, work harder for Bayanihan 1, for Bayanihan 2. Unfortunately, sa social amelioration program, hindi nakasama yung ating mga tourism workers, at talagang kailangan ng malaking pondo. We are one with our chairman, Sani Angara, of course, Senator Gordon, Senator Nancy, Senator Amy, na asking the DBM noon na itaas yung, kasi nilagyan ho kami ng ceiling kaya hindi kami makataas eh. I'm sure you know that. And as much as we wanted to put more funds, hanggang dun lang po yung binigay sa amin. But unfortunately, and I would say it again, I am so disappointed to hear from you a while ago that the funds had not been released by the Department of Budget and Management. So I'm just interested as to how are you going to adjust your target employment in the tourism sector, ma'am?
No, we will still be discussing this to adjust what our target for employment is for 2021. Is that what you're asking, Mr. Chair? We
Yes.
will be discussing this with the private sector. It's quite hard to predict kung ano yung new target namin for 2021.
Sige. Perhaps we could, if I could just ask for whatever steps you're going to take as you adjust your target. I'm very interested about this, Madam Chair, because as you are aware, we are been monitoring our labor force, labor sector, and job generation programs of the government. Let me go to the let me point out also, no, yung NEDA, right now we have 2-digit percentage of unemployment, and mas malaki yung underemployment, but NEDA is saying that they are projecting about 4 to 6% unemployment rate by the end of 2021, if no, may mga assumptions sila, yung vaccines will be available by early next year, etc. Ang DOLE naman is projecting about 7 to 8% unemployment rate. Ang consideration naman nila, as long as the transportation sector, public transportation, will be available, fully available in the coming months. Sa tourism sector ho ba, meron na kayong pinoproject as to dun sa mga na-displaced and sa nawalan ng trabaho at sa naapektuhan ng trabaho this pandemic? Ano yung mga, kung meron lang po na pinoproject kayo, na ilan yung babalik as a percentage? Kung wala naman, ma'am, you can just give us your data and thoughts about this, no? Let me move forward, Secretary. Based po dun sa initial estimates of NEDA also, tourism ranks 4th across all sectors in terms of jobs lost in 2020. Specifically, they estimated the jobs lost in the sector would total to about 52,000, roughly about 52,000. I don't know if you also have estimates, if you have also your own data, or you agree with this data given to us by NEDA.
I haven't seen the data, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just hope to get if you agree with NEDA, if you have your own data collection with regard to the specifics of the impact of pandemic in the tourism sector as far as employment is concerned.
Yeah, what we have is 4.8 million already have been affected out of the 5.7 million. Affected meaning either they've lost their jobs,
4.8 million affected, but so far about 52,000 were displaced. Do you have a data as how many were displaced? Kasi yung 4.8 million, I'm sure they are affected, but those displaced in the tourism sector? Meron na po ba? Kayong data?
Well, we don't have it yet. We don't have it yet.
But do you also agree, Madam Chair, if this data coming from Philippine Statistics Authority, last 2019, ang binanggit po nila, 38% of Filipinos employed in the tourism industry are in the passenger transport segment, 33.6% naman in accommodation, food, and beverage. And 14% are in miscellaneous activities such as spa and foreign exchanges. And the rest are in the recreation and cultural services tour operations. In fact, may binanggit po yung PSA kasi during our deliberation sa bayanihan to, and we're talking about how many tour guides are affected, hindi makalabas, etc. Ang binanggit po nila, tourist guides comprise 0.7% of the total, which is roughly about 40,000 in the tourism sector, 40,000 individuals. Would this be the correct figures or you have a different figures, ma'am?
No. Mr. Chair, we also rely on the Philippine Statistics Authority.
Okay. See, Sir Benito Bengson is raising his hand. Sir, you want to say something?
Yusek Bong?
Sir, we can't hear you, sir. Wow.
Sorry. But most of our data actually comes from the
PSA.
Statistics Authority, yes.
Yes, so that is correct. And so, again, let me just spread into the records that still, despite the Bayanihan 2, we feel that it's tipid na tipid, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, no? And unfortunately, and I will go to this, no? Until now, hindi pa pala nailalabas itong pondo na ito. And you made mention, Madam Secretary, yung 100 million allocated doon sa tourist guides natin sa Bayanihan. Will it cover? I don't think it will be able to cover all 40,000, ma'am. So how many will be covered?
Well, the 100 million, as of now, we have 2,240 DOT accredited tour guides, 1,337 LGU licensed tour guides. So at 100 million divided by 5,000, well, this covers actually the ones that the DOT accredited and LGU licenses, 3,577. Pero meron pa hong mabibigay na iba. At
But this was
5,000
already
pesos each.
released, ma'am?
Wala pa ho.
Wala pa rin.
Wala pa rin.
Una, hindi pa nare-release. Pangalawa, kung ma-release, it's only about 10% of the universe that we're talking about, of 40,000 tour guides. Is that correct, ma'am?
This is only for 20,000.
Oh my. But the guidelines are
It's already there.
formulated, ma'am.
Yes, everything
So again,
is all set.
releasing of funds na lang po yung kulang.
Yes, everything is already set, Mr. Chair.
This is really sad, no? We handled the budget of DOLE, and just recently we have been asking about the 13 billion. This is on top of the 3 billion allotted for the tourism sector workers. Wala pa rin po, hindi pa rin, Mr. Chairman, na nare-release. Ang question ko lang po dito, ito bang 3 billion na allotted for tourism sector workers, will this be just for formal sector, informal sectors, o kasama na po lahat?
According to the law, it will be, first will be the employees of the DOT accredited enterprises, members of the community-based tourism organizations, and employees of LGU licensed enterprises.
Okay, which means this is not just tupad, this is also kasama din dito yung camp program ng DOLE, no? So that's good to hear. Now, in the budget of DOLE, we asked these questions kasi yung tupad program and other programs of DOLE, yung cash for work, etc., we wanted them, and I personally appealed to the Department of Labor and Employment if they could come up with such a mechanism na yung programa ng pamahalaan na pagbibigay ng trabaho would be ma-integrate siya dun sa more sustainable jobs, and perhaps if I could also appeal to the good secretary and to the Department of Tourism, if they can tap the industry and yung program na Cash for Work, itong tupad o itong camp program ng DOLE would be integrated in such a way that it will be more sustainable na after some time after that program pwede din silang i-hire ng industry at maging sustainable employment yung mangyari dito sa program na ito.
Yes.
Ma'am,
Yes, Mr.
may-
Chair. Yes, we've already been discussing this with the DOLE na yung mga hindi syempre the 6 billion, the 3 billion for the 3 billion that they allotted for displaced tourism workers and the 100 million for tourist guides. Kukulangin, so we're already talking to them na masama yung ibang mga displaced sa kanilang mga sa cash for work program nila.
And let me point out, Mr. Chairman, because myself and Secretary Berna, we were both part of Test the Board a couple of years ago, not too long ago, and I'm sure Secretary is also aware of the importance of the industry linkages then of TESDA, and I remember with SAPI, we were able to get 96-97% employment rate after the program. So yun lang po, Madam Chair, sana ma-link natin dun sa industry para kung sakaling mangailangan sila ng worker, yung programa natin ng Cash for Work, mapakinabangan ng worker at mag-end up sila to a more sustainable jobs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes,
Secretary,
Mr. Chair.
kanina binanggit ni Senator Amy yung I think market and the product development program. Siguro I wanted to be of help, no, as I know where Senator Amy is coming from, and also if you look at the disbursement and the obligation rate of this program, medyo hindi po maganda. So perhaps if so that we can help you, ma'am, perhaps if you could give us your views on this, how you want to use this, and I don't mind kung sabihin nyo na ito talaga yung gusto natin gawin, and we feel na if we do this, this would translate to this. Para lang masiguro natin na by the time we reach the plenary, we have options din ho na available to us, because I am sympathetic also from where Senator Amy is coming from. Biggest portion ito ng DOT OSEC sa budget, about 83%. And if you look at the obligation rate and disbursement rate, medyo maliit po itong sinabmit sa amin. I don't know if this is correct figures. I'm not gonna mention this. But anyway, just to let go of more time discussing this, siguro bigyan nyo na lang kami ng program, what you intend to do, and perhaps options, Madam Secretary, about this particular item.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will be submitting it to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Another thing, Secretary, I know that one of DOT's initiatives under the recovery program is the provision of monetary assistance to displaced workers. I'm not sure kung ito ho ba sa bayanihan lang o meron din pong embedded in your own budget, and how much is allocated for next year.
Mr. Chair, this is only under bayanihan too, because this is not our mandate.
So nothing.
So we are so grateful to the BICAM that they allotted 3 billion, and it was given. So it's going to be given through DOLE, since it is not the mandate of the DOT.
Again, Mr. Chairman, let me place on record that I'm in full support of the Department of Tourism's budget. I think we need to increase their budget. I think we need to tap more people in helping the tourism sector. Malaki ho yung problema ng tourism sector, yung workers po natin. Even during the Bayanihan 2 debates, we all agree in the Senate na kulang at unfortunately hanggang dun lang yung may bibigay sa atin, but unfortunately din doble kara na yung tumama sa atin, yun hindi pa rin na nare-release. And so let me just put that on record that I will fully support any move to increase the budget of DOT, especially when it comes to helping our workers in the tourism sector affected by this pandemic. Last thing that I'd like to point out, kanina, Secretary, you made mention about the training program of the tourism industry. Under the 2021 NEP, around 153 million lang din, or 5.6% of the total program funds of DOT's Office of the Secretary will be allocated to tourism industry training program. One, would that be enough? Two, what kind of trainings again does the department provide? Kanina binanggit ni Senator Amy, is this in line with DESDA's programs also? Or what's the difference? And how many workers also are we looking at in so far as this training program is concerned?
Yes, Mr. Chair, can I give it to ASEC Rika, who is in charge of this?
Okay. Sige po, ASEC, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. For 2021, the Department of Tourism actually has allotted 100 million for the Tourism Industry Skills Program. And this is actually intended for various training modules intended for all tourism workers in the tourism value chain.
Hello.
Sir, can you hear me po? So ito po yung mga our tourism industry skills program po would have different training modules intended for workers in the accommodation sector. Meron din pong training for our tourist transport drivers. Meron din pong training sa ating mga even po like mga boatmen offering mga island tours. And this would really cover in terms of skills training, particularly on tour guiding, meron din po on safety and security, meron din po culinaria if these are association of mga women in a particular tourism site. So our training programs are delivered through our regional offices in cooperation po with the concerned local government units where tourism activities are conducted. Kasi normally po may mga community-based tourism organizations that are present in our tourism sites. And together with them, lalo na ngayon po, we are actually conducting training needs assessment in these sites para we can really deliver the appropriate trainings that are most needed by our tourism frontliners. So malamang po there would also be retooling modules and also upskilling training modules in terms of customer service. Meron rin po kasi kaming tinatawag na Filipino Brand of Service Excellence Program, which we are really going to give to all of our tourism frontliners kasi we just rolled this out last year and we haven't really parang reached all the workers in the tourism industry in delivering the Filipino Brand of Service Program po. Hello, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Secretary Villanueva, are you done? Okay, all right. If Secretary Villanueva, are there any senators there yet? Because if there are no more, I'd like to ask my questions, if I may.
Chair?
Huh?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator Nancy.
Just two questions lang. Number one, Secretary, hindi ba natin nire-request sa IATF to open up Intramuros already?
I think with Intramuros, we are waiting for MGCQ. But then, of course, we could request, but I leave that up. We've been discussing this with Admin Gillier, and we were thinking of opening it up maybe Sundays, but then parang we still want to prepare. Admin G, are you open to opening it up?
And
even
siguro
before
sa
MGCQ?
for info lang, I think just today, nag-decide yung mga Metro Manila mayors. I think until year-end GCQ from Manila. So kung iisay natin mag-MGCQ, ibig sabihin yan, hindi mabubukas ang Intramuros. Until next year.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will be discussing this with Admin G. We have been discussing na kung pwede natin i-open at these weekends, but we want to just make sure that we will be updating you, Mr. Chair.
Sige, siguro together with the National Museum na rin and the other museums.
Yes, and then NPDC. Yes.
Yes. And then, Mr. Chair, siguro I have one question lang sa PRA. Mr. Chair, nandiyan pa ho ba?
This is GMG.
GMG? Question po. Napansin ko kasi yung majority of our retirees are Chinese citizens. Ano ang age bracket neto?
We start from 35 up. 35, we require them to post a deposit of 50,000. 35 up.
Magkano? $35,000?
35 years old. 35 years old.
5 years old. Tapos magkano po yung kailangan nilang ano?
Nag-umpisa po sa 35 years old, then 50 years old, then up na po.
Okay. What kind of an answer is that? Can you be clear? Sorry, Senator Nancy. The question to you is, ano ang nomenclature ito? Ano mga characteristics ito? You're saying 35 years old ang you mean to tell me if anybody comes in at 30 years old, hindi pwede, kailangan 35 years old. Is that correct?
No. Yes, sir. Actually, our retirees start at 35 years old. Then,
so they're not really retired.
Yes, sir.
They're not really retired. The retiree is about he's finished his job. He wants to spend his money and his later years here in the Philippines.
Actually, the reason for the 35 years of age is that in Korea, the military would retire at the age of 35. And these are retirees who would avail of this program.
Well, I don't care about Korea. We don't. We have a problem with our neighbor, and 35 years old is soldier's age.
And yun na nga, Mr. Chair.
This has been the practice when I came in. This has been passed upon by the Board of Trustees, and I'm just continuing the program.
Well, I would like to go ahead, Nancy. I don't want to take over, but that's your question that I can follow up. Go ahead later.
Yes, sir. Yun din lang ang gusto kong, my concern, GM, is yung ang laki ng Chinese retirees natin. And I don't know if you have the budget to monitor na hindi nagtatrabaho sa Pogo itong mga Chinese retirees. Kasi kung ang demographics nila are 35 years old, the probability of them working napakataas. So I don't know kung namamonitor pa talaga bang hindi nag-i-engage ito at nagtatrabaho dito sa Pilipinas at talagang retired sila.
Actually, itong mga retired, yung mga sinasabi po niyang Pogo, ang ages po niya nag-start ng 20. Itong 35 years of age, more or less ang mga ito, pumunta dito at they choose the Philippines as the retirement destination.
Or do they choose the Philippines because they can go back and forth with that visa? They have a retirement visa and they can go a multiple visa, correct?
Yes.
That to me is dangerous. I didn't know that. I'm disturbed by it.
Actually,
yes, I am disturbed by it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I got lost kanina, Mr. Chair, but let me just join the discussion, Mr. Chair, because, you know, last year, Mr. Chairman, there are 6,678 illegal workers who were apprehended by the Department of Labor and Employment. And most of them, Mr. Chairman, came here with the intention of just to be tourists in the country, and then afterwards they have been working illegally. So I hope we can also monitor this, Mr. Chair.
No, we're not just going to monitor it. We're going to correct it. Because 35 is just too young. Not to cause aspersions upon our neighbor. Would they allow us to retire at 35 there? I don't think they would even allow us to retire in China.
No way.
Actually, Mr. Chair, dinatnan ko na po ito na
that's not the question. that you address. Kahit na dinatnan mo yan, you should be savvy enough to know and check kung anong ginagawa nito mga 35-year-old na ito.
We are monitoring them.
Monitoring. Do you have a budget for that?
Monitor po kami, and then we will give you a list of all these retirees na nandito sa amin ngayon.
That's
Ibibigay po namin sa
27,658. That's several regiments. Almost 3. 10,000, I'm not sure kung 10,000 a regiment. That's three regiments, if they're regiments or brigades. You know kung anong brigade or regiment. That's dangerous. 35 years old karamihan? I mean, why would they retire here at 35?
Ang kuwan po namin ay investors ito na willing silang bumili ng condominium para makapag-reside sila dito sa Pilipinas.
You know, if you look at the internet, there are small countries in the Caribbean where you can buy citizenship for $80,000 or $100,000. So you cannot just do that here. This in effect allows them to come here. Sabi nga ng Senator Villanueva, they're probably doing business or probably they're working, and that for a paltry amount that they can get from a rich uncle, they pay $50,000 and they get a multiple visa. And by the way, that $50,000 they can use to buy a house, correct?
No, a condominium, Your Honor.
Can you speak louder, please?
A condominium kasi medyo mahina po ang signal namin dito.
No. Lakasan mo, narinig kita eh. Lakasan mo yung sa computer mo. I'm sure you can hear me.
Kung bili lang po nila condominium kasi they're not allowed to buy house and lot. Ang only condominium and then long-term lease of a house and lot. Pero we'll take po yung observation ninyo, i-discuss ko po, and then we will submit it with our Board of Trustees.
Who are in the Board of Trustees of your Philippine Retirement Authority?
We have our secretary as our chairman. Then I'm the vice chairman. Then we have a member from the Bureau of Immigration. Then from the Bangko Sentral.
Look, you can have 27 regiments at 1,600 per regiment. That's an awful lot of people. And you have to look at history. All the people from Japan before the war were here posing as construction workers, people in the oil, people were making hemp. You better take a look at that. That's a national interest consideration there, national security.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll take that up.
No, ang alam ko dyan, if you put in $50,000 in the back, that's fine. Nandun raw yun. That is for an honest to goodness retiree. But when anybody can put in $50,000, let's say buy a house, that's even worse. Kunyari may bahay pa siya. Buy siya ng condo. $50,000 is about what? 2.5 million lang. That's kind of cheap, isn't it?
We will well taken, Your Honor. I-discuss po namin to sa I will make a proposal with our Board of Trustees that this could be taken up.
I think the Committee on Tourism should look into this and maybe amend this particular provision because retirees, as you know, retire at the average of about 56 to 60 or 65. But you know, to retire at 35, my gosh, that's very liberal. In Korea, they allow that because Korea is very secure among itself. They have a very good intelligence service. They've got a lot of people. But you know, to retire at 35 in a foreign country that has problems with another country, until we can sort it out, until we can get the real honest to goodness. I'm not against the Chinese people. I'm against with some of the policies of the Communist Party of China. The transit.
Well taken, Your Honor.
But they should let them retire in their own islands. I'm glad that Senator Binay bumped into this or questioned it deliberately. That is dangerous as far as I'm concerned. All right? And how many of them are there? 27,000? 27,678. You know, there are no Taiwanese retirees.
We have, Your Honor.
O wala dito.
Our number one.
1,000. Indian, 6,120. How old is the average Indian? You have to have all this data because that includes, this could be a national security concern. I will hold the budget until you present to me the budget, the data of your retirees.
Yes,
Actually, I'm really chagrined. 40% of the retirees are Chinese. And then, you know, it's a big racket. You're familiar with, di ba yung pastillas, ganyan ang ginagawa, immigration, ganyan? Dapat nag-iingat yung immigration dyan. At takot-takot talaga yan dati yan. Malaking racket yan. May mga Chinese pa nung araw, di ba? As you're aware, pag may namatay, they assume the identity. It's still going on. All right?
Yes, Your Honor.
You better give me a profile without, give the committee a profile. What do they do? Do you bother to find out? Do they go fishing? Do they go into business in Divisoria? I remember Commissioner, now PAGCOR chairman, Domingo, told me pag pinapasok mo ng visa on arrival yung mga Chinese, sigurado mapupuno yan Divisoria na magtitinda dyan. Ito, $50,000 lang, retired na sila. They have a free pass. Do they run restaurants? Did you read the article the other day? Over several million Chinese are learning English by way of the internet. And how many Filipinos are learning Chinese? I mean, I'm a student of history. I don't claim to be an expert. I read a lot of history books. I read a lot about wars, how they start. And I read about the fifth column all the time. This is dangerous. I suggest Secretary you better take a look into this very rapidly and give us a formal report on this because we want to know.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Do you know that when I was Secretary of Tourism, Secretary Romulo, when I went to India, ang sa akin, ang pinapauwi dito, yung mga 5-6. 5-6, yun ang pinapapasok. Pero yung mga maharaja, pinapahirapan, hinihingian nila. That is a fact. Now, I want to know, ano ang 6,120? Ito ba yung mga typical 5-6? And how old are they? Your job is to make sure not just to accept retirees, but to take a look at the rank at the cross section, and to make sure that Japanese would be great retirees, and you should be looking at how you can connect the retired folks to hospitals, and how you can connect them to good airports that have flights to Japan all the time. And you should be able to show them these are the flights going back to Japan or Taiwan. I can't believe that Americans has only 3,704 and the Chinese 27,000. There's an awful lot of retirees from Hong Kong right now because they're now going no longer to Vancouver, but because of the changes in Hong Kong, they may want to get retired here. I had a question. I had somebody the other day. Take note, Secretary Berna. I had a friend the other day who called me. One of them is the owner of the San Francisco Giants, Joel. I think you should be interested in that. I know you only play basketball. But this is the part owner of the San Francisco Giants, first class baseball team in America. And he's very rich. Ngayon, because of the pandemic, I told him I would write a letter to Secretary Locsin because that's a bad sign. You know, he's got a house here and he cannot retire. He cannot come back to his home here. That's ridiculous. And yet, Chinese, ang dali-dali, 35,000, pasok ka na. 50,000 pesos, dollars, pasok ka na. I would expect a recommendation from the Secretary, since you act as chairperson there as well, on how you can address this concern.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Nothing like this really can ruin a day.
Mr. Chair, tapos na po ako and si Senator Joel is back already.
All right. I'm just pursuing your point. Go ahead, Secretary Villanueva.
Well, Mr.
Senator Villanueva.
I have to admit that I'm having a horrible internet connection. I will just end my interpellation and thank the good secretary. I will also wait for the submission of these documents. Kasama na rin po yung pinapasubmit nyo, Mr. Chair. Alam ko, matagal na nating binabantayan to, Mr. Chairman, mula pa noong sa Clark, nung investigahan natin, hanggang dun sa Blue Ribbon, hanggang sa lahat po, Mr. Chairman. Importante na napoprotektahan natin ng ating bayan. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again to the DOT family. God bless us all.
Thank you. You know, there's a lot of goodwill by the senators for DOT. Because we think that DOT's time should have been done a long time ago. That's why the Thais are having a lot of tourists. They never go down. And if you look at the comparative, can you show us the comparative arrivals here? I think I have it here somewhere. I think Korea is still number 1, right? Arrivals?
Yes, sir.
And then, can you show it to me?
Okay po.
Or maybe the department can show it to me. You should be ready with that. And I was Secretary of Tourism. I was ready with acetate pa doon. Pinapakita namin kagad. South Korea has almost 2 million tourists, correct? Last time. And they even have Korea towns here. We're so liberal. The Chinese have almost 2 million tourists as well. USA is over 1 million, a little slightly over 1 million, and Japan, 682,000. Taiwan comes close, 327,000. You can get retirees from Taiwan. Do you know the profile of Japanese aging analysis, the age analysis? Mr. Vice Chairman of Retirement? Mr. Chi? GMC.
Japanese, we have 50 and above.
50 and above what? I'm trying to help you. The market should really be aimed at the Japanese. And if I were Secretary of Tourism, I would encourage, a reciprocal agreement where Japanese doctors who retire can come here, a Japanese hospital can be set up here. So that the Japanese will come here so that they can have Japanese-speaking doctors and nurses or Filipino-speaking nurses can help Japanese retirees to have a total of, in terms of arrival, 682,000. How many Japanese retirees do you have, General Chief?
Actually, they are number 5 in our list, and we will give you.
Wala? Are you sure? I know there are in Batangas. Secretary Romero, I think I suggest you have a survey of all these.
Admin Chief, for your PRA number 5 are the Japanese.
Can somebody turn off their phone? They're not using their microphone. Secretary Romulo?
Yes, Admin Chief number 5 are the Japanese in your list.
60.
Oh, sabi mo wala. Do you know what you're doing? Administrator Chu?
Chi.
Chi?
I will be giving a complete profile of all
You
our.
forgot about the Japanese. 4016. If they have 4016, you
Yes,
can get
sir.
a lot more. Those are the ones you want to retire
Those are the
here.
ones you want to retire here. Yes, Your Honor.
It upsets me
It upsets me
na kung sino lang dumating dito,
dito,
35 years old, papayagan ka na mag-retire dito.
retire dito.
We are the easiest to really we open something like Cagayan, and we put Cagayan Chinese going there, and then we put them in Clark. Na-violate na. Nahuli ko yan. At least 50 million nahuli ko. Nakuha natin yung pera. But before that, hindi ko na nahuli yon. Pero alam ko, nagbigayan doon. You know, Miriam Defensor Santiago, speak you out for witness. See, Hong Kong is another possibility. You have to be reading the tea leaves. They're changing the philosophy of one China, two systems. A lot of them will be leaving there. Oh, wow. I tell you. You have how many sailors in the United States Navy? Do you know? You don't know.
You don't know.
It shows clearly that you don't see your market. How many retirees in America? I'm sure Berna knows. How many Filipinos buy condoms, condominiums here? Not condoms. You're not aware.
Not aware.
I suggest you start looking for a new administrator if he cannot answer. I'm not trying to pin you down. Find out what you know. Can't even answer. The secretary has to answer for you for the Japanese tourists. But you have to look at what is out there, what you can get. For example, in Spain, they're having a hard time because there are colonial allies before, or bastards, if you will. Any Filipino can go to Spain, and they're given the benefit of 3 years. They can stay there and retire there and become a Spanish citizen if they speak the language. 3 years lang. That's because they want to make sure that there is ties with the past, and at the same time, rich Chinese Filipinos can retire there. I know of some who have retired there. So, Mr. Chi, you have to know your market. Who helps you there? Does the Tourism Promotion Board help you? Can you answer this?
Can you please repeat the question, Your Honor? Medyo hindi ko
Does the
marinig.
Tourism Promotion Board help you? Look at the market.
We
Do you have a
we're an attached agency of the Department of Tourism.
Oh, I do know that. I remember I was secretary of tourism long ago.
Nadatnan ko na po
That's something I know.
we are doing it on our own.
If I were you, I'd check with the Tourism Promotion Board. If I were the Tourism Promotion Board, I'd probably ask you the same questions. No marketing on.
Okay, we will coordinate with them, Your Honor.
What was your background before you became retirement retirement authority?
I was formerly the chief of the legal division of the Bureau of Immigration, Your Honor.
Oh, good, great. So you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you have not learned from your immigration experience? I would like a press report on your policies and whoever recommended the 35-year-old from China here.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I'd like to see in the horizon as possible what they need.
Yes, Your Honor.
Secretary Berna, we have a lot of Filipino Americans who retired already. You're aware of that? Madam Secretary? What is the answer? Secretary Berna?
Mr. Chair, could you ask the question again, please?
You're aware that there are a lot of Filipino Americans who have retired, and there are a lot also in Europe, and who want to come back here. Some of them have gotten German citizenship. Some of them have gotten Filipino citizenship. I met quite a few Germans who are married to Filipinos, or Swiss married to Filipinos who are retired here. Are we looking at that as a possible market?
We will take a look at it, Mr. Chair.
I did understand it.
We will get to that, Mr. Chair. We will be discussing with the PRA regarding that.
You'll be discussing with whom?
PRA, Admin Chief.
I strongly recommend that your Tourism Promotion Board check the markets, diving market, the PR, the Philippine Retirement Authority market, so that we can get more, especially during these times of pandemic.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You don't put anybody there just because he came from immigration. He knows all the laws. He knows all the ins and outs kung paano malulusutan ng immigration. I'm sorry, Panyero, hindi pwedeng ganyan. I cannot hear you.
Well taken, Your Honor.
What is well taken? I don't believe it is noted. It is noted. To do about it. What?
Because as soon as after this meeting, we will study this and then change the policy if it is possible. Because before, when I came in, my target is we have a target to reach with the GCG.
The target has got nothing to do. I already gave you the way. Check your market. Also get goals. Even the tourism promotion. Somebody please turn off that they have there, because it's getting a feedback. We're dangerously treading in the situation where if I don't get any cogent answers, I will postpone this hearing. And it's not out of pique, it's just out of sheer, chagrin that you have somebody in a very strategic position that doesn't know how to answer questions and is already doing, I think, damage to our country.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Si Tonet po sa Tourism Promotions Board. Sir, let me take the chair by informing you that after this hearing, I will sit down with Attorney Chi to make sure that everything, the data that we have on market intelligence, because we monitor all of this and these are all available, we will share with him so that the PRA will be able to revisit the programs that they have and make sure that these are responsive to the examples that you have already cited, including targeting the specific markets that you have already identified, Mr. Chair. Thank you po.
Who's that speaking?
Tonet, sir. Tonet Velasco Aliones of the Tourism Promotions Board.
You better find out Tonet, and you better find out sino ang competition natin sa retirement in Southeast Asia.
Yes, sir.
Ito natin.
Yung isa, sir, is Thailand.
Thailand,
Opo.
and find out anong laws nila
Yes, sir.
that allow them. Can
Yes,
they
sir.
use, can Americans use their insurance? Isang
Yes,
ayaw
sir.
ng tao mag-retire dito is yung insurance nila hindi tinatanggap dito. And you should pass it on to DFA so the DFA can finally lobby with America that we have a an agreement with them that they will accept their retirees.
Yes, sir.
Even if they have to limit it to certain hospitals. You know, I know Guam goes to St. Luke's, Makati Medical, Heart
yeah.
Center, and all these things. How come I
Yeah.
know it and you don't know?
We know that, sir. We apologize on behalf of the PRA that perhaps the focus was was different. But we'll sit down with Attorney Chi para
The
yung
focus has been
develop.
title. You have a title and you have a desk and you think you're important. You're not. In fact, the way you answered here, you should be removed from your position. I'm sorry, just tick me off.
Opo. We will help them, sir. We will help, sir. And we'll get back to you, sir, immediately.
Something about this real quick.
Opo. Tulungan namin, sir.
Minamaneho mo, napaka-importante, papapasukin mo lahat. You don't bring the python into the hen house.
Yes, sir.
It's nothing funny.
Opo. We understand, sir, where you're coming from, and we perfectly also understand the urgency for this. We'll help, sir, the PRA.
It's not question. You know, you've been there since 2016. Nabot mo na? That's not an answer. All right.
Madaan sa Board of Trustee. So para mapalitan natin itong patakaran na ito, we will make the proper amendment to this.
I say this to you, and I say this to Secretary, and I say this to PTA, I say this to everyone. When you're chairman, the buck stops there. You lead it, and you convince your board that this is the way to go. It's not the other way around. If you have no vision as to what your job is, you will not be able to lead it properly. And as chairman of a very important position like Philippine Retirement Authority, you have to know who you want to get in. You have to be aware of what our concerns are as a republic. Do you remember Davao? What happened to Davao? There was even little Tokyo there. Do you know who made the Cannon Road? Mr. Chi? Who made Cannon Road in Baguio? Many, many, many years ago. Just say you don't know. The Japanese did that. Then they went to Davao. They had little Tokyo there. Then they were everywhere. Farming. And then later on, we just woke up, the Japanese were there. They knew where to land. You better make that report real quick. You're going to delay the passage of this tourism bill, if you tourism budget.
Yes, Your Honor.
You really got me upset. You really got my dander up. Can't answer the question. You got all sorts of excuses. Can't even say it's my fault. Don't point to anybody because you're the one there. You're on the hot seat. You know, I've been supporting you all the way throughout. Now let me ask some questions some more. Not with you. I don't want to burn the whole house down. Secretary Berna, ano ang paghahanda na ginagawa natin ngayon para pag bumaba ng pandemic, ano ang paghahanda natin na sasalakayin natin by way of getting tourists to come back to our country and domestic tourism going? I would imagine uunahin natin ang domestic tourism. You said that. And I agree with you. Anong paghahandang gagawin natin dyan para umandar yan?
Mr. Chair, we were mentioning the TRRP, the Tourism Response and Recovery Plan. Of course, we will start. We've been continuing with first working capital loan. That was what with the Bayanihan 2, and then we are health and safety regulations have already been in place, again, for the accommodation, transport, all the different tourism, even with MICE. And
Can you be a little bit more specific?
yes. Can we flash it on the screen?
I have it here.
Regarding that there are
They're talking about secure livelihood and adequate social services, sustain business operations. That is running in order to stay in place. You want to protect our stakeholders, right? In short,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
are we preparing, for example, kahit online guide training?
Yeah.
Are we getting Chinese speakers?
Yes, yun ang hinahanap natin, mag-aral ng Mandarin.
Correct.
Mag-skill for food delivery.
Are you getting Japanese speakers? Yun ang dapat na nag-i-invest tayo. Hindi yung nagdadala sila ng sarili nilang guide. And it opens up a career to all these people to become interpreters. That's what I expect from a Secretary of Tourism. Makikita niyo yan, no? You're very fond of the cuisine. Are we preparing a cuisine tour for Makati and for Cebu? My gosh, I just came from Cebu and terrific cuisine. Kaya na walang tao. But now is the time to start getting lessons online. I see it on TV. Yes, Mimey, go ahead.
Yes, that's right. It's exactly kasi pag sinabing domestic tourism, tayo na yun sa Luzon. Talagang, for example, sa food, ang food direction ngayon, puro vegan, whole food, plant-based. We need help. Kami puro baboy. Hindi na uso yung pagkain namin. So we need help. Now is the time to reconfigure all these tourism products kasi it's going in a different direction. Tulungan naman ninyo kami. Yun ang hinihingi namin.
Tama yun. At saka, the other day, Irene, I had pinakbet. And I had not had that a long time. And you can make it a real cuisine.
Yes.
And with the what do you call it? An explanation when they eat it, because people don't know how to eat Filipino food. Or
That's right.
you can have a fusion of all Ilocano, Cebuano. The baboy is still good. Here's a sample of Cebu lechon. You don't have to shoot with any sauce. And here's a sample of Tagalog lechon, right?
That's right.
Ayun,
We need
diba?
help That's highly technical, pati yung plant-based. Hirap kami sa plant-based Although we have all the vegetables, we really need somebody who knows this stuff.
That's right.
And that's what we're looking for.
Yung mga salads, right? Di ba yung
Yes po.
sa Bicol, yung Bicol Express?
Yes.
Oh, yun. Dapat merong annotation lahat yan. Nasa isang poster, bago dumating ang tourist, I gotta try this Bicol Express. Dapat meron kang nagsasabi doon sa sino yung namatay? Yung nag-iikot ng araw tapos nag-suicide? Nagsawa ng kumain?
si Anthony Bourdain.
That's right. And if you can have somebody like that, I tasted this, and when you get to the Philippines, get this. It's really masarap, things like that.
Yes, Mr.
Those are the preparations that I expect you guys have.
Yes.
Go ahead, Amy.
Yes po, I was going to say, we need help in Ilocos. We have so many sites, but we need help developing the destinations. Uso ngayon sa millennial, glamping. Wala naman kaming mga camping grounds. Walang saksakan, walang tubig. Sana yun yung mga isipin natin, yung mga makabagong tourism.
Yeah, well, outdoor tourism is good for the young people, especially. So,
At saka kontra COVID.
Right. Safe.
Door.
Right. That's a good idea. I was when I was Secretary of Tourism, I wanted to go to the mines of Baguio. And outside there was an old mine there, and we wanted to have picnics there, and tell ghost stories or tell Ilocano stories and things like that. These are things like that for domestic tourism. That's a cinch. All right. I'm not telling you how to run it. When I ask a question, what are your plans? As I sabihin nyo, with the livelihood, that's only par for the course. I'm sorry. Huh?
I don't see any DOT presence po sa lumalaking at mga food sites. Yung food sites, kadami-daming food site ngayon. Puro pagkain lang pagbebenta. With the background of Secretary Berna, I'm sure she
Yeah, I
can
know.
get
That's
on
why I
top
told
of that.
about cuisine. Alam ko, paborito ni Berna yan. Nasa agriculture pa yan eh. Cuisine ang pinag-uusapan. Kaya alam, huwag natin dadalhin yung Spanish cuisine dito. Pakita naman natin yung atin. Alright? And just a suggestion. Alright?
Basta puro online na, online.
Marami naman tayo magagawang online. Alright? I'd like to see that happen. I'd like to see where the money is coming. A lot of kids want to learn. Can you imagine tayo pa natuturo ng English? Papahirapan pa tayo? Dapat tayo tinuturuan ng Chinese. Di ba? Or Japanese. Ako, prefer ko Japanese. Bakit? They love to travel. And they spend. Wakarimasu? Oh. Wakarimasu? Can anybody answer in tourism what I just said? Nobody can answer that? You know, I learned that in, yes, Benito, Bexon. Tiga-Japan ka na matagal. Wakarimasen ka pa rin? Ha? Nakamute ka. Bakiro. Come on, Bong. You've been together for a long time. Unmute. Naku. I'm sure he knows because he was in Japan for a long time. Buang, why don't you take charge of that and get a couple of Japanese lessons, and you can do that and start getting maybe 25 people to learn at a time online. That's livelihood. For Chinese. Ang dami nyo yung Chinese dyan. Sabihin ko kay Berna, Xiao Chip yang daw. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Mr. Chi, do you speak Chinese? Oh, wala ka na namang mikropono. Ano ba?
Hello. Konti lang po.
Ako po. So, yun ang mga preparasyon. What about connectivity?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have 3 billion with the DICT, and we are currently coordinating with them regarding connectivity in our tourist destinations.
Where can we, can you give us an idea what you're going to connect? Are you going to connect, for example, Bacolod to Iloilo and Guimaras?
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about internet connection. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Connectivity, this is with regard to all the airports, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, nakalagay ito. Nakalagay ito, timely and efficient institutional support, effective strategic communications, appropriate infrastructure.
Yes.
You have an international airport in Iloilo, and they land there, they can easily go on a bridge, eventually, if you like, or buy one of the Star Ferries, hindi lumulubog. We have rescued people between Guimaras and Iloilo. Dami na namatay dyan. Or for that matter, I remember I had to fly from Iloilo to Bacolod. I rode this Gambayan plane ba yan? Or something. Kalimutan ko na yung plane na yan. Lumilipad yung tornilyo doon sa paper cab habang nakasakay ka. O bumubukas yung pinto habang nakasakay ka. Yung connectivity na yan na sinasabi ko.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In fairness to Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, we did a nautical highway. How are we expanding that? Andyan na yan. There are many things we can do and we don't have to spend a lot of money. Right? I understand somebody's lighting up the San Juanico Bridge. Is that true?
It's under TIASA, Mr. Chair, COO Cholo.
Oh, yan. Is it finished already?
Mr. Chair, yes, we're lighting it up. It will be finished before the end of the year. It was only delayed due to the COVID situation, but it was supposed to be in line with the Yolanda. Instead of remembering what happened in Yolanda, it was supposed to be a remembrance of hope.
November 8, November 3.
Yes,
Yolanda.
sir.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a big boost to them because Samar and Leyte, Samar is pretty hard up. Or for that matter, are we ever going to have a secure ferry between Camp Allen and Masnog?
Yeah.
That's where you have a regular meeting, Secretary Berna, with DPWH. You should have a regular meeting. Both of you are young, and you should prepare, have your other secretaries prepare kung ano dapat ang ipa-prioritize natin. Because in later, there are so many things that you can do.
Yeah, I actually kawawa talaga yung Region 8. The summer provinces are so infected pa with COVID. So malaking problema. But for the longest time, sinasabi ko sa kanila, dapat gumawa sila ng military tour. Kasi ang daming mga sentimental Americans who want to look at the Leyte landing, where MacArthur stayed, San Binomba, lahat yon dapat i-package. Pero wala namang response sa DOT, panay hingi namin ng tulong.
Well, that's a very good idea. In fact, we did that. Remember?
Parang Subic?
Yeah, we did with your father. We co-chaired the 60th anniversary of the Leyte landing.
Oo.
And then
Americans are so sentimental about the landing of MacArthur.
I remember the chairman of Coastal Petroleum, Oscar Wyatt, a real big billionaire, oilman. When I took him there, and we showed the depiction of MacArthur landing there, and President Ramos was there beside the Japanese ambassador, he became very sentimental. And then he started crying beside me like a little boy without the big handkerchief. And then he said, Dick, why are the Japanese here? Galit siya sa mga Hapon. Sabi ko, the war is over. And if you don't stop, I'll tell Lynn about your children here that you never told Lynn before. Just to keep him out of the thing. But, tama si Secretary Marcos, I think, has the right idea. Or for example, let me ask a question.
Naagawan pa kita ng papel.
No. I like it. I respect people who know their history and know where the priorities have to be made.
May benta yun eh. Mga Amerikano gustong-gusto yun.
Yeah, iyakin niya mga yan. Or for example, Corregidor. A lot of them want to go there. But it's so hard to go to Corregidor. All right? Even young people should go to Corregidor. I've never seen that happen. And we're not even giving money to Corregidor. I'd like to see you really make a program for Corregidor and then connect to Bataan. That will be your World War II tour.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Like Leyte, the two of them. Two World War II hubs.
One tour that I'd like to have our children, not the Americans, would be first go on a ferry to Corregidor. One day, sinasabi ni Amy, mag-camping doon. And then there should be somebody that should sell the foodstuffs there, etc. And they rent the tents. Father and son tour. Mother and daughter tour with the father and son. And then take another ferry ride to go to Mariveles. And then go to the Bataan Museum there. Then go down to the Death March. And just imagine people walking there in the hot sun, being bayoneted. These are things that our children must learn. And then going all the way to cattle cars, going to Capas, where we have a memorial. Di ba may memorial tayo doon? Where all the names of the people who died there was there. Oh, Tiesa, dapat gawin natin yan.
Mr. Chair, if I may add, just discussing about the MacArthur and Corregidor, what we're trying to do right now is in terms of infrastructure, we're renovating all of the places. Like yung sa Palo mismo, that's already being done, it's ongoing, and then we're adding more to that.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. But I've been volunteering the Price Mansion, bahay ni MacArthur. Kami na ang gagastos. Gusto lang namin ma-link up sa ibang DOT. Wala naman response.
Alam mo, hindi lang naman ang tourism chismis. Mother of Amy Marcos used to tell me, Jake, alam mo, we were kids, we would ride under the truck when MacArthur arrived, and there would be a Filipino mestiza by the name of Cooper who would go see MacArthur. Chismosa yung nanay ni Jaime. Alam niya lahat. Right? Ganyan, those are the chismis that matters when you leave the Philippines. You have that chismis. Later on, he followed her. She followed to the States. So, yung mga ganyan. By the way, I enjoyed doing that with your father. who's one generation ahead of me. And when we did that, we went all the way to Zamboanga, Ipo Dam, all the battles. I remember Ghost Soldiers. I even got mad at the producer who produced it in China instead of doing it in
Here.
Nevesia. I was so upset, right? So I'd imagine. Look at the what's going to happen in so many years after 1945, and prepare. You can have remember Band of Brothers during the Normandy, memorial. They were there, di ba? Pacific War, that series was there. So I don't know why we cannot invest on our Filipino producers. Mura na ngayon ang Netflix, nakakapasok na ngayon sa Netflix, madali na.
I was also going to suggest po, because there's so much damage not only in the tourism sector but also sa creatives and media. I remember the experience of President Roosevelt during the Great Depression. He hired not just infrastructure and construction workers, he also hired Richard Wright and Saul Bellow and all these big writers. Sila nagsulat ng mga tourist brochure ng Amerika, ng Audubon Society. Sabi ni Secretary Berna kanina, yung SAP at Cash for Work, hindi trabaho ng DOT. But I'm certain that if we commission these writers and media people to do films, write, do the collaterals we never ever have, all the brochures that we require, magiging Cash for Work ang tulong, pero under the rubric of tourism development pa rin. I'm not teaching your job, ha? Suggestion lang po kasi yun ang kailangan namin.
Don't be apologetic about that, because these are things that profiles that a lot of people don't see. For an example, tama si Amy. In fact, John Ford went to Midway, and he was commissioned to do a film of the American soldier at war in 1942. 1942. And then the Japanese attacked Midway, and he got real footages of the Battle of Midway. And America's Hollywood made a lot of money on all these battles. Now, if you're watching Netflix, when I have time, I look at all the Jewish pictures. I look at the Turkish pictures, not the ones that Amy watches in the section. And ang haba nun eh. When I was watching Wolf on their war against Syria. But these are things that will make it attractive. And pasingit-singit yung Hagia Sophia, pasingit-singit yung mga kanilang tourist spots, yung pagkain, and understanding. These are things that I think Tourism Promotion Board should prepare for. Na naman tayong ginagawa ngayon, may budget kayong konti dyan, gamitin nyo. I'm not saying you follow us, I'm just saying come out with the program. And what we'd like to do is I'm going to ask Nancy every quarter to find out where you are, what are you doing, to make sure that some of the things that we're discussing here are not just spit. All right? Not just saliva. We can use the saliva test, but the saliva here should be used to enhance our tourism program. All right? Do we have a program where we will target closer is better? That's what I always say when I was in tourism. Closer is better. What is that? Taiwan, Japan, Korea. That's how we got Korea to be number one. We attacked Korea. And we again attacked on the basis of history. We even got the Koreans to build a monument for Lapu-Lapu. They paid for it. It's now in the Rizal Park. And that's why Korea is what? 1.9 million, 2 million? Tourists? Somebody answer, please. Taiwan is number 5, I believe.
Yusek Bong, could you flash it?
Yeah.
Oh, ayan, oh. Korea is 1.9, China is 1.7, America is 1.6. By the way, those are balikbayans. The Japanese are 682,000. Taiwan, we have not really exhausted Taiwan. A lot. So ang lapit lang yan, isang kwan lang. You open up, you try to get our country to allow their planes to fly again to Subic, to Clark, even to Cebu, and you'll get a lot of Taiwanese. Do you agree?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And don't humor me, please. I'm just making the suggestions because I think we have a lot to catch up on. If we don't do this, we're not gonna be anywhere. So I would get my people to go to Taiwan. I would go to Taiwan. Doesn't worry me what the other countries feel. But Taiwan is our ally. Always been loyal to us. So we can get them to come, especially if we allow their planes to come from Cebu to Taiwan. There could be reciprocity in the travel, right? And of course, Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and even China. You know, a lot of people would like to see China. We can go see China, but at the same time, pag pumasok sila rito, but dapat talaga maigpit tayo sa immigration. Correct? So that's
Yes,
what I
Mr.
mean. Is there a program that you're planning on doing that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We've been closely coordinating with the ASEAN market.
Yeah.
So yes, we've been in close contact with the ASEAN market because based on our travel survey, if international travel restrictions are lifted, it's the ones close to us like South Korea and the nearby countries that will come, the short haul trips.
And you know what? You have JPEPA. Singilin nyo yung hapon doon sa JPEPA. In my free trade agreement tayo, in Africa, the African nations like Kenya, they make deals with their African Union and they visit each other. That's why, to me, the basic question that I want to ask is when you feel you're ready to bring in tourism that's not going to cause any more damage to us if somebody gets sick, then we will have a leg up on everybody. Even before COVID is fixed, we will be already able to get up our legs and move it. For example, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, these are Baltic countries. They created a travel bubble. You can have a travel bubble between Taiwan, Japan, and Korea. You call it the allies travel bubble. You want to include China? It's fine, okay with me. So long as they come here and they go back. Kenya, for example, sila rin, gradual reopening of tourism establishments. Yung siguro for domestic yan, and vouching for bilateral tourism agreements. Marami na akong ginawa dyan. May bilateral tourism tayo sa China. May tayong bilateral tourism agreement sa Japan. Gamitin natin yan. Sa Korea. They even have travel vouchers issued by the government and granted to families to spend in domestic traveling have been approved by Italy, Iceland, Lithuania, and Republic of Korea. So promotion and marketing campaigns can be handled now. Let's not wait before it's open because by that time, right now, baka huli na tayo. Everybody's already preparing for the opening of tourism. If you read the papers today, hindi pa ako naniniwala doon, pero naghahanda ka agad dyan. That will trigger preparation. That the vaccine will be released by Pfizer. And it will come out in December. Actually, ready na yung Pfizer sa November. So tama si Trump. Sinasabi ni Trump, lalabas yung vaccine by November and it's already coming out. But as you know, for poor countries like ours, it's going to take a while unless we have the money to buy the vaccines. Yeah, and then I was suggesting that, as earlier I said, yung Boracay, para magkaroon ng lead-off, a launch, we get high-profile people like Catriona Gray, like Pia Wurtzbach. I'm sorry, I can't even explain spell her name. And many of our athletes, Manny Pacquiao can go there or whatever and say it's safe. But we must prepare for that day when we're ready to rock and roll with it. And before that, of course, the spade work has got to be there. We have to show clearly how they get there by getting saliva test right away. And you can't wait until say, oh, sige na, ready na, dadalhin namin ang saliva. Di pa nila alam kung saan pupunta. I'm just trying to be helpful. And I would appreciate it if there are any comments. If you don't appreciate my comments, then fine, I'll stop. And since you don't appreciate my comments,
I know,
and
Mr. Chair, we do appreciate. We were just waiting. We thought you were going to talk. But we
because there's no
appreciate your
indication
comments, yes.
of that, I'm not asking for appreciation. I'll move
Yes,
forward.
yes, we do. Yes, and with regard to the saliva, we've already talked to the DOH.
I'm just giving ideas.
Also. Yes, no, we agree, Mr. Chair.
Secretary, sa domestic tourism, nakaka 8 months na tayo, wala pang ramdam.
Mr. Chair, I'm now in Ilocos Norte.
I know, I haven't seen you. We're so busy also.
Mr. Chair, okay, I hope maramdaman mo ako after the Senate hearing.
Local initiatives naman kasi. Hirap na kami, hindi na namin kaya.
Okay, all right. I will let the two ladies do as much talking as they want with each other in the hearing. Thank you. Let me just go on. Let me just go to some hard parts. I got money for the maestranza sometime in about 2003 or 2004. I understand the maestranza has not been opened. Somebody tell me why. You know, that's restoration. We restored that place. How come it has not been opened?
Mr. Chair, Admin Gilier will talk about it, but we had problems with regard to somebody was pretending to own the maestranza. So I think, yes, yes, Admin G will discuss it further.
Mr. Chair, there are some considerations in terms of why the maestranza project was suspended. So when we took over the Intramuros administration, what we did basically is to do an inventory of what has happened before. So the secretary has terminated the contract of the previous contractor who failed to complete the maestranza. And what we're doing right now is to resolve the problem of a claimant. Fortunately for us, Mr. Chair, the Office of the Solicitor General and the DNR are working closely with us already in terms of ensuring
ano ba ang problema? Ano talaga ang problema? May nagkiklaim?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there is a person who was claiming that he has title over the property. And we have substantially argued against it already as well.
And who is in possession of the property? Gilier, you're a lawyer.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are in possession of the property, but we are making sure as well that we initiate already the proper legal proceeding against the claimant, Mr. Chair.
Well, is there an injunction from you to continue the program?
We are doing the resurvey, Mr. Chair, because that is a requirement.
My question. I'm not asking you what you're doing. Is there a restraining order? Meron ba?
Not yet, Mr. Chair, but that is the intention.
You're waiting for him to file with the court? Gawin nyo na, tapusin nyo na.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will do that.
Do you know the story behind my Maestranza, how I got $5 million from the Japanese?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, why don't you tell the story?
You basically showed to the Japanese ambassador the image of the Japanese pointing a gun at a Filipino, Mr. Chair. And this is really
Japanese soldier, obviously before a Filipino serviceman or a guerrilla who was being bayoneted, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Doon sa may Fort Santiago yun, di ba? Sa Muralla.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We also yes,
and he said to me
that
he said to me, Dick, tapos na yung gera. Sabi ko, I cannot change it. That's the truth. Tapos sabi niya, maybe you can help Intramuros be restored, especially this Maestranza area. We already paid reparations, pero hindi umabot nga eh. Saka kayo rin naman nagkaroon ng rason kung ba't binomba yung Intramuros eh. Hindi umalis yung mga tao ninyo eh. Kaya binomba kayo ng Amerikano eh. So sabi ko, I would appreciate it very much if you would assist us here para masabi ko itong project ng Hapon na hanggang ngayon, nagbibigay pa kayo para ma-restore yung mga nasira. And before he left, he got me the $5 million. And I said, inimbita ko siya, ngayon pagbalik niya, yung sundalo ng Hapon nagbibigay ng lugaw doon sa Filipino prisoner. That's how we got $5 million. So, ang nakakainis, that was about 2003, 2004, hanggang ngayon hindi pa tapos. Bakit naman? Saka ano bang plano nyo dyan? Ano bang gagawin nyo? I lost you. You're talking to yourself. You're in mute.
Nakamute.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. The plan is to convert the Maestrans into the country's first iconic creative hub, Mr. Chair. And that will basically ensure as well that there is a reason for visitors or tourists to visit to Intramuros again. Or,
What is the plan for Maestrans? Hindi ko naintindihan.
It's a creative hub.
Para maintindihan ko, mahina English ko eh.
It's a creative hub po siya, Mr. Chair. We are doing this in partnership with the Creative Economy Council and the Design Center of the Philippines. I can show you photos of the proposed design, Mr. Chair.
Right? Creative hub. Anong makikita nila doon?
It will be a showcase of the Filipinos' creativity, yung mga products that they're doing.
Giling, let me ask you a question. Yung Maestrans sa tabi ng pier yan, di ba?
Pardon, Mr. Chair?
Tabi yan nung dating Pantalan, kung saan lahat ng galyon tumatabi dyan.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ang idea po
yan ang
talaga...
nagkagwardya sa about of the Pasig River, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Di ba ilalagay mo dapat ang kasaysayan na yan dyan para pumunta ang tao? Nandito tayo sa Maestranza. Noong araw, tabi dito ng Fort Santiago, dito pinapastang lahat ng mga kalaban ng Kastila, lahat ng kalaban ng Hapon. Dito, dati-dati, nagte-trading. Kaya malapit ang Parian dito. Di ba? Ano yung Parian?
Yes.
Tandaan mo ko, no?
Apo, yung Chinese, where the Chinese merchants are staying po.
Correct. They traded there, right? Magpapagawa ka ng damit, magpapatahi ka, kakain ka ng kopya o lugaw o siopaw na andulad, right? Yun ang
Yes,
istorya.
Apo. Actually, we're not changing the story naman po, Mr. Chair.
No, pero sinasabi niyo creative design. I am not going to impose upon you that because we're going to put a lot of money on that again. Eh kung hindi bibisitahin, wala rin mangyayari. Meaning to say, I'm leading to this point. When I did the tourism law, Secretary Berna, I wanted Intramuros to be the first TIESA. It is a separate area where you can put investments of the government and really make it history town. You know, where you have tapas tours, kain, where you have bands or may tawag sila nung araw, yung mga serenatas or whatever. And where you can buy all kinds of things in Intramuros and at the same time have a honest to goodness tour. You have the Light and Sound Show, you have San Agustin Museum. Now you have the Central Bank that they built something nice out there. Tapos maglalagay tayo ng creative design. Ano i-attract niyan? Anong market ang i-attract? Meron na kayong Design Center Philippines, di ba? Dito sa may malapit sa amin sa Senado.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That with Joe Senatori, with Ross Migaitos.
Apo. Pero wala po silang exhibition space, Mr. Chair. So, ang idea po is that they will be able to have a showcase as well and parang reconciliation as well and convergence with history, Mr. Chair. So,
You remember, even from Intramuros, do you remember when we had all the festivals of the country, yung yung Wow Philippines sa Intramuros?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ilocos would bring their, what is the name of that? Napakalimutan ko na yung tela nyo.
Abel.
All right. That's the first time I learned that. Abel. All right. And then they would bring their danggit. They'll bring their pinakbit. They'll do their masasarap na pagkain doon. And then they will have their bands and then everything. And it was very well received. Their suka, their everything. Even nung mga araw, yung mga bishop, yung mga pare, ayaw namin yan, maingay. Nung bandang huli, gustong-gusto na nila. Nung inaalis, sumaangal sila. So sinasabi ko, I mean, these are things that you could do in Intramuros. and propagate tourism. That's what started domestic tourism. Do you remember?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Nakita ng mga tao na pwede pala pumunta sa Ilocos. Saan ako titira doon? Saan ako titira sa Leyte? Saan ako titira sa Cebu? And the local governments were bringing in the best of their provinces and cities to go there. That's what I call bringing in the public to know what they can see. And when they get out, they have a story to tell about the history. For example, when Iloilo came there, went in, they showed the fact that there was the first battle, where the first flag was exhibited in Iloilo. I believe it was Santa Barbara. Right? So, ayan
Yes,
yan.
Mr. Chair.
Ayan yan eh.
Yes. Actually, Mr. Chair, we were supposed to implement that program, yung regional showcase this year. Unfortunately, it was part of the budget that we lost for the COVID efforts po.
Well, you better get it back because to my mind, it will make a lot of people happy because a lot of people went there and learned a lot of things.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
They got a lot of good things. They bought bread from Zamboanga, from Baguio. They got raisin bread from Baguio and from the country club there. And they got, anong pangalan yung Kuracha? Di ba? Pati yung, ano ang pangalan ng sauce doon, Amy?
Alabartos. The Alabartos.
Alabar.
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 And then we discovered Cebu lechon. And we got oysters, na hindi galing sa Pasig, galing sa mga areas na malilinis pa, di ba? I think that's important eh. Focus on one thing, hindi yung pagbago ang tourism secretary, bago yung Intramuros, may bago na naman kayo. By the way, natapos na ba yung Light and Sound Show? Nagawa na ba sa Tagalog yun at English?
Mr. Chair, it's still ongoing, that one. Nakahanap sila ng structural. But it was supposed to be done by nung previous na ano lang ng COVID talaga. But right now, the people are back. They're starting to work all over.
I never
the site
believed
again.
that COVID could stop construction eh. Ramon ang finish his construction in spite of COVID. That's just an excuse. The money, somebody, please unmute yourself. The money that you're going to spend will be bigger if you don't start the construction now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You can actually discipline them because. Can somebody please turn off their microphone?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, we've been looking at the project. Dalawang board approval na ho siya just to look at yung pagdagdag kasi pag nagbubukas ho kami, may nakikita pang additional na kailangan ayusin. So they made sure na lang ho kasi since it's light and sound, it's very dangerous na yung electrical systems dun sa leak. So that's what we're doing. But the people are working already.
Are you familiar with the term, nail it down, we'll fix it later? Are you familiar?
I've heard of it, sir. I've heard of it, Mr. Chair.
The etymology of that phrase came when America first built its transcontinental railway that connects California to the east. And they were being paid every mile, every 40 miles, I think, or 50 miles. They won't get paid unless they finish it. So kung minsan wala na silang kahoy, they use sandalwood para mabuyakan sila at tatapos sila. Can you imagine? Listen to this. Somebody please turn off their goddamn microphone. Excuse the expletive. It's not easy, So, when they put it up, para matapos lang, that triggered off the first economic development major ng Amerika. And they finished it in 4 years. Right after the Civil War. And by that time, they finished it from 1866. From 1866, they finished it, I believe, in 1869 or 1870. At Promontory, where they nailed down the last spud. So I'm saying to you, Maestraza, hindi nyo matapos, COVID. Yang lintik na sorry again, because I'm really getting impatient. Yang, I apologize. And yung Light and Sound. Right? Tapos yung atin, pera naman ang sinasabi niya. You need to convince these people na the work is on the field, on the ground, not in nice air-conditioned desk where they have a nice swivel chair. And that's why we're poor. We're not able to develop. Why don't we write down together, and I will have the other senators sign it, and say what you need to do, write it down, and we will go to the budget, and I'll ask Bongo if he can bring it to the president. I'm sure the Secretary of Tourism can do the same thing. Para lang meron tayong isang tumatakbong program na hindi pa tapos ang COVID, aandar na. Pag natapos ang COVID, mabilis na ang daloy natin. Or getting the Foreign Affairs and CAAP to put up flights for, let's say, Taiwan, para we can have flights near these areas that are going to be here. Or for that matter, maybe buy the Hong Kong Star Ferry. Kumuha kayo para gamitin muna doon sa mga Guimaras at saka sa corridor. These are safer forms of transportation. Para sa ganon, mas mabilis tayong makakaagwanta. Pwede po ba yun? I'm just giving you insights, you know. I'm very fun. And sometimes forgive this guy who's seen so many things and is getting more frustrated as we push on na hindi nagagawa. We remain poor. We remain poor because we're poor in spirit. We're just waiting for the mango to fall down on our heads. Now, the maestranza, tapos na ako dyan eh. I understand the contractor abandoned it, and then you're now being charged with an authorized charging of payments of administrative costs. Has that been settled? Giler?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we terminated the contract already with the contractor.
Do you have a new contractor?
We have to rebid the project, Mr. Chair, but still with DOT po.
Kailan natin matatapos yan?
Mr. Chair, based on our assumptions po, we only need 6 months po to complete the remaining portions of the maestranza walls.
What a pity. I call it incompetence. Whoever is doing this better start waking up and pushing this program. While you're doing that, I understand you're also doing the old archives building, which is also a Spanish ruin, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's a project of DPWH and the National Archives of the Philippines.
Kayang-kaya mo yun, Secretary Berna, kayang-kaya mo kausapin si Juan. It should be part and parcel of a cogent program where you put that building up. Central Bank put up that building. What do you call that building in Intramuros? That nice building where you hold parties and
Mr. Chair.
Huh?
Ayuntamiento.
That's right. Ayun. Oh. Then you have Light and Sound. Then you have Fort Santiago. And then you have all these other things that you do. You have the Calesa Tours. You have the La Hacienda, where I had to remove Satanas there. Can you imagine? I found the Satanas there, along with our I hope, I don't know where that went, but sa tinago na lang yan. Nakalagay doon sa salas. Satan, and that beside next is the altar, the traditional altar. But you already have a lot of things that you can do there. You have quite a bit of restaurants that you can do there. And we even did tapas tours and then open air restaurants where people ate on the streets. And people will be happy if you do that. Right, Giler? Oh, you lost your sound again.
Naka-mute, Admin G.
We're just waiting for the lifting of the community quarantine, Mr. Chair. So
Don't wait. Don't wait. Fix it already para the moment you open, you're already ahead of everybody. You have the promotion program ahead. Alam na ng tao kung ano ipopromote ninyo. Pag maghihintay pa kayo, sasabay pa kayo sa malalakas. Kung ngayon pala sinasabi nyo, that's why I'm pushing. Kung ready na kayo sa Boracay, okay, limit natin, let's say, 2,000 muna. Hindi ko wala nangyayari, 3,000. Next week, 4,000. O, tigil muna tayo, may nagkasakit. O, sige, observe muna tayo. Hindi natin sasara. Pero observe lang, kung dumami, sara uli. Yun lang sa Boracay. Right? And you don't have to have the whole Boracay right away. You can have parts of Boracay. Kung wala nangyari doon, go to the next. I don't go to Boracay much, but that's what I'd do if I were all of you guys. At least may kumikita na. Waka na mas?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I understand. Waka na mas kamo ganon. Ay, naku. Loloko na ako sa inyo. I'm a big supporter, but we've got to show some movement. Right? Sa akin, historical tour can be done now. Halimbawa, in Bulacan, that's the constitutional capital of the Philippines. That's where the first constitution happened. That's where you have Goyo del Pilar. And you can go all the way to Antonio Luna. And Cesar Virata used to tell me, you know, you should create the Paseo, was it Paseo Real? That goes all the way to Cavite. You know, restore that. And then have Cavite will be the revolutionary capital of the Philippines. And we've done that. And then where you have the victories of the revolution para nakita naman ng mga bata na may panalo pala tayo. Di ba? And then you include the Lapu-Lapu and Rizal. Pero pag in-include mo yun, sa Manlulupig, di ka masisiil, sila Lapu-Lapu yun, nandun sa Rizal Park. Ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo, si Rizal, Tagalog, at saka Cebuano Christian. I've been repeating this day in and day out, year in and year out. It doesn't happen. I'm not one who will be stifled by the mediocrity and the negligence of others. I'm one that will continue pushing so that our people will benefit from all your efforts. Your sweat, your perspiration, your hard work, your sacrifices, dapat gawin nyo. No excuses. Tourism is the easiest thing to do for us to recover. And again, for whatever it's worth, we will be there for you. And si Binay, Frank Renon is already with you. The majority of Florida is with you. Huh? Senator Marcos is with you. Senator Villanueva is with you. Ano pa kailangan nyo? Lahat na ng big wigs na dyan sa Senado, para lang ako. Alright? Hindi ko kayo sinasabon, ha? I'm just lighting a fire. Sometimes when we just ask, wala eh. We have to wake up. If you ask me, one of the big accomplishments I had, and I will tell, I will ask Guillier and I will ask Bong, was to get as tourism director who wasn't doing anything panay artistry. Pareho niyan, design. That's good. Pero it wasn't doing that. You know who I'm talking about, Guillier?
Apologies, Mr. Chair.
Tourism, where he got shellacking from me when we started doing an exhibit. And he beat everybody. He made the ASEAN exhibit, and the mga regional directors then made a lousy exhibit of Cebu about all that. That's how we got that idea of putting in the best of Wow Philippines. You know what I'm talking about? He died. Oh, I'll give you another hint. I said, labas mo na ang tunay na pagkatao mo. He was nahihiya dahil gay siya. Sabi ko, labas mo, I don't mind. Oh, do you remember him now?
Apologies, Mr. Chair. Forgot to.
My goodness, no wonder you have no memory whatsoever. Kaya tayo patay. Patay lahat. Anybody? Mila Sai, are you there? Ano mga yun siya? Ano si Arman? Mila? He was head of external relations before. And with that, he went with another friend. Ako, para tayong I will go on, and you better ask the others because he was the one who helped me make Intramuros, History Town, and Wow Philippines. Just a question of drawing the best out of somebody. And you were there too. I remember, Giler. I cannot forget that. Diba? We had stormy meetings and we had funny meetings and we had all the memories. And this is one of the good memories. If you don't have that, then you've done nothing.
Sir Chair, I just forgot the name of a person. Apologies.
Well, research. I'm not going to tell you. He's so important to me that I want you to remember him.
We'll
Where's
do that.
Mila? Why does Mila not answer? Remember yan? Mila? All right, I'll go on to the next question while you remember. Terrible.
De los Reyes, Mr. Chair.
Who said that?
Sir.
Who did?
Attorney Ching, sir.
Yeah, matagal ka na noon. Di ba? Nandun ka na sa Intramuros na, di ba? Si Sandy ba yun o ikaw?
Yes, sir.
Ting de los
Tama
Reyes.
po lang, sir. Si Mr. Ting de los Reyes.
Yung hula yun. I had the highest respect for him after that. Before, panay bola-bola siya. Nung ginawa niya yan, he became the best at it. And domestic tourism boomed because of him. Because we all worked together amidst all the efforts and the shibboleths and the meetings, long meetings, the long nights. We made it happen. And when people started going in there and enjoying it, we were happy. I hope that all of you will have the same kind of happiness that happens when you work hard and you see your program succeed. And that started Wow Cebu. That started Wow Bulacan. All this. And I bet you forgot already. Kaya nangyari yun because we went to Cagayan de Oro and we said wild over water. Why? Mr. Ching, why? Wild over water. Wow.
Walk over wildlife, sir.
Cagayan de Oro, the river too, right?
Yes, sir. It's a white
And we went to Boracay, we called it warm over winter, right? Wow, Boracay. While they're shaking in the cold, you show a poster of the Philippines, Boracay, warm over winter, they might consider coming here, right? That's when Boracay started to boom. Right?
Yes, sir.
Dami na. Watch our whales. Where is that? Watch our whale sharks. Wow. Okay, mga tiga-tourism, di nyo alam yun?
Bicol, sir.
Ha?
Sorsogon.
Sorsogon. And now in Cebu, and now in Bohol, everybody picked it up. Wow. What about walls of worship? Saan yun?
Churches.
Correct. Baclayon. Hindi sitting yun, ha? Baclayon Church. Okay, tumatawa kayo, ha? Okay. Di ba? And then San Agustin Church, and many other churches. Now, let me go to my little bit of a coup de grace before I do anything. Sige, pakita mo muna sa kanila yan. Ayan, Boracay. Nakakalimutan ka agad, madali makalimot. Ayan, Wild Over Water, si Gloria Macapagal Arroyo kasama ko dyan. And it boomed. Made a lot of money for those people in Cagayan de Oro. And then, go ahead. Yan, Waco Over Wildlife. The president, when I see him make a press conference, there's a big eagle, carved eagle behind him. Di ba? Waco Over Wildlife. The biggest eagle in the world. You can even kid around, more than the usual. Give it to Jokoy, and he'll probably Jokoy, my bird is bigger than yours. That's the Philippine eagle. Go. World of Wonders. Baguio, go ahead. walk our walls. Intramuros. In Cebu, walk our walls. Fort San Pedro. In Zamboanga, walk our walls. Di ba? Anybody from Zamboanga? Para malaman ng iba kung sino yun. Ano yung walk our walls doon?
Fourth pillar is
Fort Pilar. Correct? Can anybody or your children tell you what other forts there are? Fort Santiago.
Yung
How about World of Warriors? Di ba Fort of Santiago yan? Lapu-Lapu, di ba World of Warriors yun? Gregorio del Pilar in Tiret Pass. You know, in Israel, they have the Mossad, not the Mossad, the Masada. Have you ever been there? Don't miss it when you go to Israel. You go to Masada, where all the soldiers of Israel, when they are inducted into the armed forces, they take their oath. Doon, nagkaroon ng tinatawag na zealots na lumaban doon sa, they were under siege for a decade or so, and they never gave up. So a lot of tourists go to Masada, and instead of giving up, when they finally breached the top of the mountain of Masada, they killed themselves. Everyone, women, children, men, they all killed everybody. That created the word zealot. Now, what's my point here? My point here is tourism is a story. It is history. It is an experience. And that's what I'm trying to pass on every year to you guys. All right? Well, you can lead the horse to water, but you cannot make him drink. I would just want to ask a favor. You know, we passed a bill here called the Community Service Plan in lieu of prisoners going to prison. I will ask the Secretary to create a program for youngsters who will not be in prison nowadays starting November. Arresto mayor, arresto menor. Gilir, can you tell us, educate us what arresto mayor means or arresto menor?
The penalty, Mr. Chair, for a period of 6 months to less than one day to 6 months, Mr. Chair.
And arresto mayor?
More than 6 months, Mr. Chair.
Up to 1 year, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So if somebody gets, a youngster gets a foul of the law, provided this is express experience, courts now will say, you go take community service. And I would strongly advise the Department of Tourism all over the country to create community service plans for young people who will find self-worth in working for tourism. Cleaning Fort San Pedro. Cleaning Intramuros. Do you remember, Guillermo, when we cleaned Intramuros? Were you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We used the volunteers from Subcommittee initially.
No, I volunteered. A lot of other people volunteered. The schools volunteered. My gosh, you have a very bad memory.
No, sir.
And maybe you did not work at the time. What did you do?
Sir. I was the corporate secretary of the PTA.
Yeah, and we swept feces, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And you were in
As the
Intramuros.
Secretary of Tourism, we were sweeping feces on the walls. We were taking broken glasses. We were fixing it up, and that becomes a habit in life. When I went to, nagpunta ako sa Germany, doon sa Heidelberg, there was a plaque there in honor of Rizal, may graffiti. I got caught by somebody, I think it was a senator or a congressman, using my Swiss knife and taking out the graffiti. Imagine they have a monument for Rizal in Heidelberg, arms folded with a plume in hand and looking afar. And we put up a Lapu-Lapu monument here and nobody visits it. May I ask a favor? Can you do the community service plan and make sure that all the monuments are cleaned by these people, or clean up the tourism destinations, and then give them a certificate that they've done well so that they begin to feel self-worth, that they can integrate themselves in the community? Pwede ba yan, Bernadette?
We will discuss this immediately and submit it to you.
Thank you. You will have to submit it to the Supreme Court. I think they will praise tourism department if they get that, and they will distribute it to every court in the realm, in the country. And that will show that, we are for restorative justice. We have justice in our country, properly oriented, all right? And then, wow. Yes, the resistance. What are our plans for the 500 year? What's the name of this? Susquadricentennial, I think is the name of how the Europeans bump into the Philippines and claim they discovered us. That's a story we should tell. Not that we were discovered by them, but they brought Europe to the country. But we were trading already with the Chinese and the Japanese and the Muslims. That should be the story. That's why I like what the president did. He said, Filipino-centric Philippines, and he even made an executive order. Are you familiar with that, Madam Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair, with regard to the quincentennial, we were already having plans. We were meeting with NHCP, etc. And then, of course, there's COVID, so we will be meeting with them again. We have to maybe hybrid it because, Mr. Chair, mahirap na po yung mga tours na yon. So we'll probably do something like what we did in Panglao with regard to FITEX, a hybrid edition. Because it's already this a few months from now.
I would suggest quickly, like I said earlier, the European community, Spain is a very major part of it. I know because Spain helps me a lot through the European community in the Red Cross. All right. It's just a tip. We don't have to say acclaim them because they were really our colonial master. Not all of them were bad, but a lot of them were good. One of the things that I appreciate about Spain was we finally got together, no longer an islands, but they put together and created administrative machinery for the whole islands, in case you don't know that. Las Islas de Filipinas. Kinabit-kabit nila from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. That's why I'm very interested in connectivity. So we give credit where credit is due. And credit in terms of evil, there were some evil friars, and Rizal wrote about it. Padre Damaso. You should even encourage essay writing contests on what Spain did that was good and what Spain did that was bad, and what you can also celebrate. Not only that, celebrate the victory of Lapu-Lapu over Spain, the first Asian to beat the colonial invader. Will that work for you, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
From that angle, ibang angle, you are saying the first Asian to beat the colonial invader from the West. All right? Talo sila. All right?
Yes,
that's
Mr.
500 years. Also, in the process, you can say 500 years of the church here. That way, they will help us also. They will go, at least they will pray for Gilier, who's been a sinner for a long time. Di ba, Gilier? Oh, see, silence is guilt, huh? And to make a story short, you can do that, and you have a cardinal that could be Pope one of these days. I think that will make his apple shine in the Vatican. And who knows? One of the biggest tourism attractions of Argentina now is that they have the Pope Francis, apart from their tango. Right? So, from that angle, we don't have to be subservient to the Spanish, but we could show their best side and their worst side, but I think there were more good things to do. When education started, it got faster. When the opening of the Suez Canal happened, and when our people started studying in España, they allowed them to be. They had better rights in Spain than in the colonies. That's the good and the bad. Totoo ba yung sinasabi ko, Guillermo? Hindi ko tatanungin si Berna. Baka hindi nag-aaral lang Spanish ito ng araw.
Yes, sir. Tama po.
Sigurado ka?
Yes, sir.
Di ba? When
Opo.
Rizal went to Spain, he said he was well treated. He could hold his head up high even if he was short. The Spanish respected him. That was the era of liberalization in Spain. Yes, señor.
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor. Thank you. Gracias. Oh, a la vuelta a España. Anyway, I'm sorry to have to badger you about this. The other thing, those are three things that we can celebrate and we have time. We don't have to spend a lot of money. You can have an essay. Somebody was even suggesting that we create a Broadway play on the Galeon. And I told him, why don't you talk to Lea Salonga and talk to Andrew Lloyd Webber, and you could talk about the treasure ship. I understand, I heard this legend that left Spain. And by the way, the galleons were fixed or repaired here. And they got the galleon from Sorsogon and from Bicol, where they got the wood, and where they were fixed up in Sangley Point, and where you had the what? What happened there, Gilier, in Sangley Point, in Cavite? Anybody?
Sir,
How can you be
sir
in
was
tourism and not know your history?
there was well as a naval station there.
Ah, that was the U.S. time. The Cavite Mutiny. 13 Martires. Doon nagsimula yung Cavite Mutiny. Hindi binayaran yung mga Pilipino doon. Pinagsuspensyahan nila na yung mga Pilipino. Kasama nila Gomburza. Kaya tinawag 13 Martires. Ay, nako. I'm just emphasizing the fact, overemphasizing the fact that you have to have history. Like the movie Braveheart made a place in London, one of the most visited places in London. What do you call that again? I forgot that. Tinuro ko na sa inyo isang araw. It's a rotonda where they quartered William Wallace.
William Wallace.
Yeah. There's a rotonda there which is visited by many. One movie did it. I'm trying to get the place. No, I showed you the place. He was quartered, and he was placed in this. His head was put on London Bridge, and then later on he had the memorial in his honor in the circle in London, which I showed already. My girl who is from UP and still cannot find it until now. Nakita ko na sa iyo. Huh? The picture of William Wallace in circle. Yeah. Yeah. Anong pangalan niyan?
Old Smithfield.
Old Smithfield. Tourism is history. You go to the Tower of London and you pretend that you're about to be beheaded. That's history. Okay? And every year they go to Normandy for all the war dead. Finally, I hope that I have already given you a chance to breathe with relief. There, why don't you show the show the picture? It's become surrounded by a hospital. Can you put it here? Or show a picture of Lapu-Lapu, a peaceful Lapu-Lapu. Sa Manlulubig, di ka pa sisil. Finally, I have an observation that came from COA. It shows that you are not spending the money that has been given to you. I think you have only spent 57%. I saw 56% earlier of your allotment of the budget. Obligated amount is 2.97 billion, 89% of total allotment. Unobligated balance 356.42 million, 11% of total allotment. And actual disbursed account is 1.89 billion, or 57% of total allotment. In other words, you're not utilizing your funds. Don't tell me you have no money. Spend it, realign it, do something about it. So before I ask my good friend Amy
Yes.
to make a motion,
Motion.
I will
Yes.
just do the conditionalities that I want to have. I want
Yeah.
to see a plan in writing. I want to see that PRA thing happen. I want to see how you're going to avoid this or even try to spend and salvage this money that has not been spent. And I'd like to have as a specific a program as you can in terms of how to prepare for the opening, including a place like Boracay. You don't have to follow me. You can put up another place or the other areas that have not been mentioned. I would like to have domestic tourism first, particularly for our young people on the history part of our country. Somebody should sit down there and write down all the historical places and create a tour. Remember, Guillermo, when I first became Secretary of Tourism, I created packages for tourism. Right? Remember that story in Pakit Laguna? You get a jeep, you pay 1,000 pesos, and you just bring your baon and you go to Pakit Laguna and Paite, where you can see all the carvings. And in Pakit, you can see the frescoes behind the paintings in the church, and a beam that shows a crocodile, and which meant that Filipinos got their last laugh from the Spaniard to show na mga buhaya yung mga Espanyol. See, there's an awful lot of stories to tell. So, what are we going to do about under expenditure?
Mentioned by September, our utilization rate is already 50%. But of course, admittedly, most of our projects, because of COVID, now we had to pivot. But then we already have our catch-up plans, and we are confident we will be reaching 90+% utilization rate by December.
You know, I'm never going to say that. I mean, because of COVID, I don't think so.
Now, Mr. Chair, marami kasing physical, di ba? So we had to, a lot of our budget was for trade fairs abroad, etc. Syempre, it had to be downsized because of COVID nga. So we are doing the best that we can to pivot and utilize what we have left for the budget. But we already have our catch-up plans for the different departments and attached agencies. We will submit it to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And when you submit it, I will bring it down to the plenary.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Rest assured that I respect all of you, and I really feel that you can do a lot more. That's why I caution everybody here not to use COVID, because really you can construct, provided you have prior permission and you have the proper guidelines on distancing, so that at least lumalakad. You don't have to have the whole complement of construction, people working together. You can do one part here, one part there, para hindi tumatagal. And really, there's an awful lot we can do preparing for new programs and strategies to try and get our people to get more Taiwanese, more Koreans, more Japanese, more Chinese, to come, more Australians to come here, because that's the way we can do it. And I'd like to emphasize again historical tourism, because with historical tourism, you have two major countries, Spain, one of the most powerful countries in the early years, and America, which is still one of the most powerful countries in the world, and they can come here and afford it. And right now, there's a study. Are you aware of the study that now airlines, you can fly 27 hours, and the chances of you getting COVID on board an aircraft is really minimal. And that is a U.S. military study, and I tend to believe them because they're the most conservative when it comes to that. Try to take a look at the study. It says it's almost impossible to get COVID-19 on an airplane. New military study suggests. Take a look at that and have somebody look at that, and then start lobbying that our airlines can fly to domestic destinations. It's not going to hurt you if you say 1 hour, or if you still think that you're going to be hurt, then allow for distancing, or provide for masks and the idea is also not just to hand out things so that the people can eat or whatnot. You have to prepare so that when it's over, you don't have to continue the handout. They can immediately start and have life. That's the essence of what we do in DOT, or for that matter, in government. All right?
Thank you.
So it is a DOT. And
Thank you.
and then I will now hear the nice words from Amy.
Yes, with that.
I'd prefer nobody else to say that. Amy, go ahead, do your thing.
Yes, with that, Mr. Chair, may I move for the approval and endorsement of the budget of the Department of Tourism, subject to submissions requested by our colleagues here in the Senate to do with the detailed domestic tourism plan, the response and recovery plan, the listings for TIEZA, the guidelines for the CARES program, as well as the Bayanihan 2 funds when they finally arrive, and other queries. With that, may I move for its endorsement from the subcommittee to the Mother Committee of Finance.
With the Colatilla, that's not limited to what just Senator Amy Marcos ably said. Remember the historical aspect, and remember all the constructions that has to be finished. Don't wait. Don't have a restraining order. Finish it, and make sure that we have a program in Intramuros that people can enjoy. If people need to party after this COVID, and the best place to party in Manila would be Intramuros. So let's party. It's been seconded by Senator Subiri and by Senator Girol, of course. Senator Binay, who's Committee on Tourism earlier on. I would consider that an endorsement already. So, ladies and gentlemen of the DOT, ego te absolve, a peccati studis in nomine Patri, Espiritu Santo. Amen.
Para tayo nagsimba. Salamat.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
It can be a Friday too, Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate all your help. And God bless you all. God bless the Philippines. Thank you, Berna. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank